Welcome to our Budget Committee meeting for Monday, November 23rd, 2020. I want to welcome everybody here today. This is one of several meetings that we'll be having over the next period of time to take a look at our budget for 2021. Just an update before I get started. I have a good news story that happened yesterday afternoon. I received a phone call from one of our federal members of Parliament, MP Van Bynen, who indicated to me that East Gwillimbury had received a grant for $141,310. So when asking about the parameters, there were a variety of options that the money could be used for, but most exciting on the list for me was cycling paths and walking trails. So they've identified that we need some money, and I'll get the details later, but wanted to let everyone know this morning that how exciting that was for a Sunday afternoon. So with that, I'll call the meeting to order, ask if there's any declarations of interest. Seeing none, I will move to item C, and that's 2021 proposed business plan and budget, and I will turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning to yourself, members of council, staff, and any members of the public that are joining us on this virtual budget committee session. This is the first in town history that we have had a lot of firsts since last March, where it's really going to be a hybrid review. We have obviously virtual. Some members are at the Civic Center. We are trying to use our traditional budget business plan binder, which is close to 200 pages. It has a few addendums already. So we're going to ask for everyone to be patient. We're going to really be relying on our clerks department and finance team to make sure we've got the right pages and the material on screen so that everyone's able to keep logical track. And I do remind we're in budget committee form. So what we have is 2 full days of budget committee, today and Wednesday. We have another day booked if required in mid-March, and Budget Committee makes recommendations to Council for adoption. So there's times to reflect, there's times to make changes. That's one of the key things. And so I'd like to just start off some brief comments. Firstly, to really thank our staff team to getting us to this position. It's a unique year. We have tabled a very conservative budget, aligned with inflation, frankly, which is 0%. And we'll peel that onion throughout this process to figure out how we got there. Certainly something we can't commit to over a multi-year plan. I would ask everybody, and I don't want to throw a wrinkle in it, but pages 22 and 23 are really key. When we get to them, they're under my office as the CAO, but they really represent our corporate, and by corporate, we would hope council priorities for 2021. I don't know if you have your binder available, but if you do look at pages 22 and 23, they're based on the 4 pillars of the strategic plan that council adopted shortly after the last election. It was early 2019 when this was adopted as our guiding document for this term of council. You'll notice there's one change this year that I think is an important change. There's an addition to the 4 pillars. In addition to the 4 pillars, we've established a key priority and mandate, which is management and recovery of the COVID 2019 impacts. It's a very important thing. So if you can see it on the screen here, the 4 areas that we continue to develop on are in the color coded, and we have added a listing of key priorities for the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. So just wanted to bring that to folks' attention. I understand that Deputy Velchich has a few opening comments as well, and then the finance team led by Warren Marshall have a short presentation. And today's session, we're getting into starting it off right with the 3 largest departments by expenditure area. We are also proposing to do something a little different this year. In past years, we've gone through operating and then we've gone in one day, and then we come back into capital on another day. And we're proposing, since this year we've tried to keep things simple, very ground-based, that we go through each department. So we go through the operating budget, we go through carryover capital, which we have a number of very key projects, and then we go through new capital and new initiatives. And essentially, there's not a lot of new initiatives, but it doesn't mean we're doing a standstill budget by any means. I think we've already covered off. We're investing close to $2 million in modernization and business transformation. We're planning to open up our $20 million operations center within about 3 months. And we're investing heavily in other community assets throughout the town, as we've seen in some of the presentations of late. So, Madam Mayor, I'm going to pass it back to you if that's okay. And I believe that Deputy Velchich is the next speaker in the queue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webster. And Mr. Velchich, are you ready to present for us?
Sure am. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks very much, Tom. So, Madam Mayor and Council and the public, I'm just going to sort of go through the first couple of slides of the overview presentation and just a little bit of context before I get into that. As you know, although this is the first date of public budget deliberations, the budget process has been underway for a number of months. Staff have been busy working since about the August timeframe with departments on looking at their past actuals, the trends, the requirements moving forward. We've had a number of budget meetings internally with the CAO as well and SMT. And then we've also had 2 rounds of individual meetings with all members of council, just to go through not only sort of preparing for the proposed budget, but also to go through the budget binder to make sure that, you know, we could answer as many questions for you as we could before we got to today. So a lot of work has been done coming up to today. And one of the things that came up during those discussions with individual councillors, and I believe it was Councillor Crone and some others that had asked for, could we provide a little bit of historic context? Just where has the town been? And so I'm just going to go through that briefly before I turn it over to Mr. Marshall and his team to lead the rest of the deliberation process. So next slide, please. One of the things that we're often asked to look at is what is our average levy increase over time? And as council will be aware, for the past number of years, we've tried to make sure that our base program and service budget doesn't require an increase more than the rate of inflation. We think that benchmarking against the rate of inflation is a prudent fiscal position to take. And you can see, if you go back to sort of the early 2000s and through to 06 in particular, you've got inflation rates, which are in green, running about half the rate of the tax rate. So the tax levy increase was running about double the rate of inflation. You can see that it starts to come into line from 07 to 10, and then from about 11 forward, in fact, it dipped a little bit even below the rate of inflation in 19, but we've pretty much aligned our base program and service increases to the rates of inflation. So that's a bit of a historic context on where we've been with tax levy increases relative to inflation. Next slide, please. This slide is a new one that we've put together in 2020 for the 2021 process, and it combines the water and tax position, because we know that we've had the lowest relative taxes in the region for a number of years, and we also know that our water rates have been on the higher end. And so when we combine them, what you can see, and we haven't listed the names of the other York Region municipalities because it's somewhat irrelevant. We just want to focus on where EG has been and where they are now. But you can see back in 2014, which was the first time that the BMA study used this form of comparison that we're able to use consistently. That's why we didn't go back further. We wanted to make sure the data was apples and apples comparison. But back in 2014, you can see that EG was not the lowest. It was second from the bottom, and it was about 4% less in terms of cost than the average across the region. What you can see has happened in the last 6 years is EG's position has dropped to the lowest cost of municipal cost of living by comparison. And in fact, the rest of the municipalities have had costs increasing at an accelerated rate, and now EG stands about 12% below the average and at the lowest cost of living across the region. Next slide, please. This one's kind of interesting because it looks at where have we been with reserves, another key financial indicator that we use to assess our financial health. And what you can see is in 2009, East Gwillimbury is the green bar. It's right second from the bottom in terms of reserves per capita. So you can see that being just about 200, a little over 200. Over the last 10 years, we've seen that position change to become number one in terms of reserves per capita. And you can see it now being at about 1,700 or so. So from sort of the lowest amongst the municipalities to being in the strongest position in terms of reserves per capita. Next slide, please. So at this point, Madam Mayor, that's just a little bit of where we've been relative to where we are. And I'm going to, at this point, turn it over to Mr. Marshall, Ms. Adema, and Ms. Brown, that is our finance team, and they're going to essentially take over at this point in terms of leading the staff portion of the budget deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Balser.
Thank you, Mark. Madam Mayor, members of committee, as we develop our annual budget, we generally develop our budget around a set of objectives. And these objectives over the past several years have remained fairly consistent. This year, however, we have made a change to one of the objectives. And you'll see that's in the first objective above. Typically, we would aim to have our tax levy increases for our base program and services aligned with inflation. And our October numbers for inflation right now have come in at 0.7%. So, however, this year has been unique with the impact of the pandemic and what it's done to finances for several people and residents. So we feel it's appropriate to have a unique budget that addresses some of these impacts and helps those that have been financially impacted by the pandemic. So we have adjusted the first objective to align with a 0% net tax levy increase on our base program and services. So we want to just emphasize that this 0% tax levy freeze basically is a one-time freeze based on the state of emergency that's happening in the pandemic. Having multiple years of 0% tax levy increases overall would be unsustainable, and so we're recommending that to address this unique time, that we would have a 0%. Next slide, please. So today we kick off the official budget discussion process. However, this isn't the first time that staff and council and our residents have had an opportunity to discuss the budget. So as mentioned before, staff started the budget process back in July, and we've been working since that time to develop a budget to present to council. In October, we engaged council and had a series of one-on-one meetings with council to discuss some budget directions and some key issues that may be on top of mind at the time. We officially tabled our budget on October 20th, and subsequently after, we published our budget binder and published it on the website as well, and gave our residents an opportunity to provide feedback on the budget through our online survey. And you'll see in the package that I'll discuss a bit later that we have a summary of some of those, some of that feedback that we've received. So in November, we held more one-on-one discussions with council to go over the detailed budget and to answer any questions that council may have regarding the budget submission. And on November 17th, we provided an update to council on where we were on the budget. So that leads us to where we are today. So what we are proposing, as you heard earlier, we're going to be going through the departmental submissions through the operating and capital budgets and the fee-supported budget as well. And we'll also be going through capital and our open capital project listings by department. On a Wednesday session, the library board will be coming and doing a presentation for their operating and capital program. And then after that, we'll continue on where we've left off from today's session. The December 8th session is available if we need it, if we don't get through all our discussions on Monday and Wednesday. And hopefully we'll be able to table a approval for the business plan and budget for all areas except water and wastewater on the 15th. And water and wastewater we'll be discussing in January of next year. Next slide, please. So as it stands right now, our proposed budget submission totals $45 million. It's split up in between operating and capital. Our operating expenditures are $40.7 million. I should mention that the water and wastewater component is last year's number, and that is going to be refined as we go through our discussions in January, but we'll be discussing the development and fee-supported budgets and the tax-supported budgets during these next sessions. As well, our capital side is estimated, our new capital is estimated at $4.3 million, and we'll be looking at that as well during the next couple of days. Next slide, please. So included in our operating budget is a provision for our multi-year funding plans. So in the past few years, we have had a dedicated 1% tax levy that went towards community safety and the operation of new facilities such as the Operations Center and the Health and Active Living Plaza. So this year, we're proposing that we reduce that contribution to a 0.5% tax levy dedicated to community safety and the new facilities, and proposing that in 2022, we reinstate the 1% increase, and that would go for the next couple of years after that. For the community safety, our multi-year funding plans have enabled us to add 18 firefighters to our complement. And with the addition of the 0.25% a dedicated increase this year and proposed 0.5% for the next couple of years, we'll have the funds available to hire additional 2 additional firefighters to meet our target of 20 additional firefighters. On the new facilities, in particular the Health and Active Living Plaza, we're estimating right now that it will cost about $1.3 million to operate that facility. And right now our multi-year funding plans have carved out about $869,000 towards that operating cost. So with the contributions that we're proposing in the next few years, we'll be able to hit that target of 1.3 million in time for the operation of the new help. So beyond 2024, we are proposing that we repurpose this dedicated 1% tax levy increase and gear it towards asset replacement and to close the gap between what our eventual replacements are going to be in our funding for them. And this is similar to what most York Region municipalities have been doing over the past couple of years. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Valerie Adema, our Manager of Financial Services, to go into some details regarding our operating program.
Thanks, Warren. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of committee, and members of the public who are watching today. As you can see from the graph, the breakdown of the budgeted expenditures by department shows the range of all the services that East Gwillimbury offers to their residents. Our total operating expenditures, tax supported for 2021 proposed is $26.4 million. Approximately half of these operating expenditures relate to community infrastructure and environmental services, as well as community parks, recreation, and culture. So these expenditures would be items related to maintaining our roads, parks and facilities, and other areas within those groups. Emergency services makes up about close to 20% of our expenditures for 2021. Next slide, please. This chart shows you the key pressures that we're showing for the 2021 operating budget. It's a much different budget than what you've seen in the past, only because there's very little change. So our total operating expenditures are increasing by about 2% throughout for the 2021 year. That essentially means that the balance of that budget is the same as what was discussed and deliberated in 2020. So we have the highest pressure being public works and waste management of $180,000. That relates to the growth within the town, increased waste collection, as well as increased road maintenance costs. We have a pressure of $150,000 relating to salaries and benefits. That's no new staff proposed for 2021. That relates to step increases and benefit cost adjustments throughout the town. And given that our total salaries and benefits budget makes up 16 million of the total 26, that is a relatively minor increase. We do have an increase of approximately $140,000 for utilities and property maintenance. This relates to bringing the operations center online in 2021. These funds have been provided for in previous contributions to reserves as we prepared for the new facilities under our multi-year funding plans. So a lot of that is covered under the reprofiling from the contribution to reserve. We do see an increase in contracted services of $100,000. It's made up of the animal control program of $80,000 and some enhancements to the mosquito control program of $20,000. The animal control program has mainly been offset by some revenue that we will generate from that program. There is an increase in software licenses, training, YorkNet communications totaling about $90,000. The majority of this relates to modernization of our systems within the town, as well as some increased training that relates to that. A lot of our software programs are now moving to a subscription-based rather than the buy it off the shelf and never have to purchase it again. With the way that technology works is we now move to an annual subscription. So we do have some increases there, and we have some offsets in not needing to provide the same amount of funding into our contributions to reserves to replace those softwares down the road. As well as that, we have a $50,000 increase for the library, mainly related to salary and benefit increase there. Next slide, please. So those changes, along with the increase that we see in in-year assessment growth, bring us to where we land for our 2021 budget, which is the proposal of a 0% tax levy increase. This 0% tax levy increase still allows us to continue our multi-year funding plans. It allows us to open the operations center as planned. It allows us to continue the existing programs and services and the related growth within the town. We also have a continued investment in modernization and transformation. This investment brings us to the position that we see today, where we're able to offer those existing programs and services within the same budget envelope as what we had in many cases in 2020. A lot of times we do get asked the question, are we just moving this into a future year, and how are we able to offer a 0% tax levy increase in 2021 when we haven't been able to do it in other years, and we're recommending that this is not a sustainable operation for many years moving forward. We did take a look at the 2022 forecast as part of the 2021 budget, and we do expect that the base programs and services will come in aligned with inflation. Next slide, please. So with that, I'll pass it over to Carolyn Brown to talk about the capital.
Thank you very much, Valerie, and good morning. The 2021 capital budget submissions amount to $4.3 million, as was mentioned previously. This is significantly less than in previous years. For example, in 2020, Council approved $10.8 million in new capital projects. This budget is considered more of a maintenance budget for 2021 as staff focus efforts on previously approved major projects, such as the design of our health and active living plaza, the redesign of our sports complex, several major park redevelopments, and the construction of the operations center. More than half of the 2021 capital projects are funded by tax-supported reserves, which is in line with the maintenance nature of the works. Next slide, please. The 2021 proposed capital projects include improvements to our communities, such as the annual road rehabilitation program and some new basketball courts. Modernization and organizational transformation have been a priority in recent years. The town has been dedicating time and resources to reviewing our people, processes, and technology to ensure that we're working efficiently and effectively. Examples of modernization projects for 2021 include a customer relationship management tool and a broadband expansion readiness strategy. We'll also be focusing on some key studies next year, including an economic development strategy and updates to our water, wastewater, and transportation master plans. Next slide, please. As mentioned, town staff have been very busy working away on some of the most significant projects in our history. We have a number of ongoing capital projects that are in various stages of completion, most of which are on track to be completed on time. We've got $2.3 million in outstanding project costs that were approved in previous budgets. This includes the Operations Center, which has about $6.4 million in outstanding costs, the Oriole Drive pedestrian bridge and trail, the design of our sports complex expansion, which is expected to be awarded this year, the retrofit of the Holland Landing pump station, and purchasing a fire pumper replacement vehicle. In preparation for this year's budget, we did a detailed review with department staff, which resulted in recommendations to close about $2.1 million in capital project costs. The remaining will be carried forward for work that's ongoing into 2021. We will review this list together as part of the deliberations process. I'm now going to pass it back to Warren with the next slide to conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. And I guess before we wrap up the presentation, I just wanted to make a couple of points. One, Council did receive 2 addendum packages that we had issued subsequent to issuing the binder, budget binder. So one included key performance indicators for each area, and those key performance indicators actually showed graphs of trends in those performance indicators, which is different than what we've done in previous years. The second addendum package included a couple of items. One, we had deleted a capital project from our proposed listing, and we added an additional project. We've also included 3 schedules for your review. First, the open capital project listing, which Carolyn referred to before, listing all our outstanding capital projects that we're working on currently. A schedule of our uncommitted reserve balances projection for 2021, and a summary of the feedback that we've received from the public off our website. So you should have those packages, and we can go through them if you would like. As well, typically we would have a slide here showing the impact on the taxpayer of our proposed tax levy increase, but this year is at 0%, so it's pretty clear what the impact is to our taxpayer from our proposed budget. And just, I guess, to summarize, to give an order of magnitude of what we're looking at in terms of our budget, a 1% increase to our tax levy would be about $254,000, which is up from $221,000 from last year. And I'd like just gives a bit of perspective on what we're looking at in terms of our operating budget. So with that, I will conclude our presentation and be happy to answer any questions before we get into our deliberations.
Thank you very much, staff. That's a wonderful start for our deliberations. I'm wondering if there's any questions from members of council. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. I just want to take you back to one of the earlier slides. It was the retrospective of the taxation over the last 20 years, and I really appreciate staff putting that together. I think it's nice to see where we've come from and where we are today. Just curious, there was a few years there we were running close to double the rate of inflation. What was there any extenuating circumstances in those years that caused such an increase in taxation? Did we have some big builds? Was there ambitious programs we were undertaking? I was just curious what drove the height of those numbers. Thanks.
Staff, some answers to?
Any takers?
Madam Mayor, we could go back and we could look. It was prior to most of our time. In fact, even the CAO started in 2005, so it predates all of the senior team that you've got here today. So we'd have to go back and take a look and see if there was anything of significance. I'm not aware of it, but it's possible. I'm just that would require a little bit of digging on our part. I'm not sure. I don't know whether council members that were around at the time would remember, but I'm not aware.
It's okay. I was just curious. I'll attribute the better performance to the new staff that we hired and getting their numbers in order. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? I'm not. Oh, there we go. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Not a question, just a comment to Councillor Crone. I think you may also see a bit of change in leadership at the political level as well as at the staff level. So I think it was a team effort. Thanks. Thank you.
Other questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any. If you think of it later on, please let me know. In the meantime, we'll turn it back to staff to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think at this point we'll start getting into our deliberations and review of operating capital by department. Our first department that we'll have is our Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services Department under General Manager Molinari. So I'll refer you to, if you're going through your binders, I'll refer you to page 63 to go through the operating budget, and Mr. Molinari will give you an overview of the operating program.
Well, thank you, Mr. Marshall. And actually, I would like to start with page 66 and 67. That's the budget summary for CIS. So, as indicated by Val, the CIS operating budget includes expenditures of about $6.6 million. Our net budget increase is approximately $190,000. which is mainly due to a number of things which have been noted previously. So we've got about 38,000 in salaries and benefits. We have about $8,500 for a contractual increase for our mosquito control program, about $140,000 for growth and contractual pressures related to our operating budget. So winter maintenance increased by about 70,000, sidewalk clearing, which is a contractual item, increased by about 55,000. And then we have line painting and catch basin cleaning, which amount to a smaller amount, but 15,000. So those items total about 140, and then, as Val noted, about another 40K for waste management to service growth. So, and in this year, in looking at what those growth projections are, we used approximately 300 homes and what our operating costs would be to service those additional new homes. So our growth is aligned with the planning projections, and it's based, and the dollar value increases are based on what we've actually spent in previous years. So it's a fairly accurate representation of the actual additional funds that we'll require just to maintain the network to previous service levels based on the new households that we have in play. Moving along to our key priorities and objectives, which is on page 64. We have a number of objectives for 2021 related to our operations area and our capital and traffic engineering divisions. Some of the highlights, we're looking to develop a multi-year servicing strategy for the Highway 404 employment lands. So further to the Rice Business Park, which is now underway, we're continuing to work with the development community and look for a viable financial strategy and phasing strategy for the servicing works. We're also looking to update our transportation and wastewater master plans. This is going to be a comprehensive update and coordinated with our OP, as well as the regional master plans, which are also currently underway right now. So the new master plans will look at projections of population out to 2051, and will also include the town's white belt lands within the urban boundary. So, you know, our master plans were almost complete. But when this change came in, it means we've got to kind of go back and redo a fair bit of the modeling and do some new work in some of those white belt lands just to get a new strategy going forward. So a lot of the work that was done previously is still usable, and we can get into a little bit more about that as we go through our capital. Another key priority for us is to develop a comprehensive work plan, including public consultation for upgrades to Yonge Street and Holland Landing. So we do have an existing budget to construct some initial improvements, and we're planning on engaging the public to develop a concept plan for the area. Also, we want to engage the region as they're a major stakeholder as the owner of the road, and make sure that we coordinate that planning with the region's planning for the road works. And as we consult with the public and we figure out what sort of improvements we want to do, we can decide to do some of those improvements either outside of the region's road improvement project, or wait for some of them to occur as part of the region's overall project. So we're looking to scope that project out and then likely bring back some additional capital projects in the future in order to implement that project. But that one is going to be a multi-year project that will they'll have a number of different items to work towards. Another major project that we're looking at is the advancement of the Center Street Revitalization Project. So our grant funding's in place. We've assembled a multi-departmental project team and developed an implementation strategy, including significant public consultation and a design RFP. So we'll be reporting to council shortly on this project once we have the strategy approved and deal with some next steps. We are also probably one of the most exciting projects for us is completion and occupancy of the operations center. So we're working closely with CPRC and are very much looking forward to moving in 2021. And that concludes our KPIs, that concludes our key priorities, and moving on to our KPIs on page 65. As Warren noted, this is new to our budget this year, and really what we've tried to do is capture some of our major items and just show how they've tracked over time, and provide some costs on the various items. So as we can see from the charts on the left-hand side of the page, we have increases to our work orders over time as we include more activities with growth. So the upward trend is primarily due to growth, and is similar for our locate requests, our waste collection tonnages, and our total sidewalk and road lengths. With the graph on the top right, we can see that total winter events fluctuate over the years, so approximately 50 to 70 events per year, and we expect this trend to continue in the future. With regards to COVID impacts, we saw a significant spike in locate requests in 2020, and we expect, we're not certain, but we expect that a large portion of that is due to do-it-yourself homeowner projects. And conversely, if we look at our decrease in our ROPs, it's likely as a result of industries being shut down at the beginning of COVID. So, and the two graphs at the bottom right of the page show our road maintenance costs, including both winter maintenance and summer maintenance, and our waste collection costs per household. Both are quite reasonable, given that these are yearly costs for works that are being undertaken daily throughout the year. So when we look at both of those combined, we're looking at about $450 per year, or about $40 a month for those services. And to provide, waste collection and winter maintenance and all the summer maintenance for that dollar value, believe that residents are receiving good value for their money. And that concludes the overview of the CIS operating budget, and happy to answer any questions or move on to the development and fee supported budget.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Molinari, your KPIs with respect to waste management and the bit of a spike between 2019 and 2020. I know we've changed because of COVID. We changed the limit for bag collections and so on up to 5. Do you have a sense of how much of that spike is due to the fact that we waived the bag tag program for this year, or is this really just growth related and then just the number of new houses that have taken occupancy? Do we have a sense of that?
We don't have a full idea of that, but at the beginning when COVID hit, there was an increase in waste that was being left at the curb. But now that that's kind of being averaged out over the year, it looks to be somewhat consistent with just general growth. So I guess once your basement's empty and you've done your cleaning, there really isn't much more to put out, and I think we've seen that it essentially has normalized over the rest of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of Mr. Molinari? I'm not seeing any at this time. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so moving along to our development and fee supported budget. If we can start on page 82 and 83. Okay, so CIS has responsibility for the development, engineering, and fill operations component of the fee supported budget. There's little to no change in the CIS component, other than a modest increase for step benefits and for salaries, and a decrease of approximately $30,000 in expected revenues to account for fewer expected new development applications. So if we look at our key objectives, that's on page 78 and 79.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Pardon me, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I wonder if maybe we could just as the CAO mentioned when we started, this is kind of the first time we're doing this virtually. I'm wondering if the clerks, before the department heads are speaking to their slides, we could maybe have the clerk's office just put those slides onto the screen so that for purposes of the public that might be viewing, it may be a little difficult to follow. So we may just have to slow down a touch because we've got the binders in front of us, but others may not have the liberty. So just as department heads are speaking, perhaps as Mike's done, we'll just mention what page we're on. We'll wait for that page to go up and then perhaps speak to that, just to make it a little clearer for everyone that might be viewing. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for that, Mark. I was texting back and forth with my staff because it's a little hard to follow electronically, and the page numbers don't necessarily match up with the electronic documents on the website. So if we can just take that brief pause so that we can follow along, so our members of the public can follow along electronically. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I think it would be useful if we use the document and use the pages. It gets very confusing to follow when a department head. So is there any way we could take a pause and make sure that we get the proper pagination in the clerk's hands so that we have the proper, so when the department head says page, I'm now going to walk through page 78, my budget, that we actually have page 78 on the screen. I think it would be helpful for everyone. I'm not sure how we got two documents, but this is learning lessons in the virtual world. So is there any way maybe we could take just a short recess and see if we can get the staff position straightened around so that we could walk through this in a more logical manner? I thought we were just going to be really walking through the budget binder and seeing it on the screen too. So I think it's potentially unfair to anybody that doesn't have the budget binder because it's very difficult to follow. So could I suggest that, Madam Mayor, for maybe a 10-minute recess to let the staff team get their proverbial books aligned?
Certainly, I think that's an excellent idea. I'm looking at the clock, and if we take a 10-minute recess and come back at 10 o'clock, if we're able to sort this out in the 10 minutes, and if not, we'll extend it just a little bit longer. I think it's really important that the public are seeing the same documents that we are seeing. So with that, we'll take a 10-minute. We'll be back at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council.
Thank you. welcome back. We've made a few adjustments, particularly for those people who are meeting with us from the public, and hopefully this will give you more information as we move forward in our deliberations. So welcome back, and with that, we'll have staff pick up where we left off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think what we're going to do is in normal years, we kind of do a summary up front. And so rather than that, I think what we'll do this year is we'll start with page by page. So we're going to start with page 63, which is the CIS, Mr. Molinari's areas organization chart. I'll talk about that. And then we'll move through the 5 or 6 pages of the operating budget. And we'll just make sure that the screen is populated before anyone speaks to it. So we'll have some sort of protocols that we'll follow, but I think it'll make it much easier for our clerk's area to keep the screen populated with the proper information. So Mr. Molinari, it is re-debut. This is an encore presentation, Mike. It was so popular this year. We're going to get back in. It's our biggest area, so we should spend the proper amount of time on this key frontline service area.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Yeah, I guess CIS is pretty exciting. We'll go through it from the beginning again. And starting on page 63, we can see that the CIS department has 2 divisions: operations and engineering. Operations, we got road operations, we got water, wastewater, waste management, and fleet. And on the engineering side, we've got fill operations, capital programs and traffic engineering, and development engineering. So department has 35 full-time positions. And in addition to that, 9 crossing guards and 10 part-time seasonal positions. So moving along to our key priorities and objectives, which is on page 64. I'll just quickly summarize. Got a number of objectives. Some of the highlights that we'd like to bring to people's attention is developing a multi-year servicing strategy for the Highway 404 lands. We've also got updating of our transportation and water wastewater master plans, comprehensive update coordinated with our OP, as well as with the region's master plans. This year, we're looking to update those so that they project out to 2051 as opposed to 2041. And also looking to include the white belt lands within the urban boundaries. So much of the work that's been done to date is still valid. However, we will need to update a lot of the modeling in order to account for the changes. In terms of building complete communities, we've also got completion of developing a comprehensive work plan, including public consultation for upgrades to our Yonge Street Holland Landing. This is going to be a fairly significant project with lots of consultation with the public and coordination with the region as Yonge Street is the region's road. But we're looking forward to working with the community and council on developing a really great plan that will see some really nice improvements along Yonge Street. Another important project for us is advancing the Center Street revitalization project. So we were very successful with the grant application, and we've assembled a multi-departmental project team to develop an implementation strategy. There'll be, again, lots of public consultation. We're looking to develop a design RFP, and we'll be reporting to council shortly on the implementation strategy and next steps. The other noteworthy item in our key priorities is completion and occupancy of the new operations center. We're very excited to see that project starting to take some shape, and being able to move into that in 2021 is going to be very well received by staff and allow us to really support the community from a proper facility. Okay, so moving along to our KPIs on page 65. So we can see from the charts on the left side of the page that increases to our work orders have increased over time, and will include more activities with growth. So we can see that they're essentially upward trends, primarily due to growth, and similar for our locate requests, waste management tonnages, total sidewalk and road lengths. All of those you can see have over the years are a steady increase over time. With the graphs on the top right, we can see total winter events fluctuate over time, which is depending on weather and the severity of the winters, etc. So we see roughly we get to between 50 and 70 events per year, and we can see that we would expect that would continue with that in the future. In terms of COVID impacts, we saw a significant spike in our locate requests in 2020, and likely due to homeowner improvement projects, as opposed to a decrease in our ROP permits, as industries were likely shut down for a few months as a result of COVID in the spring. From the two graphs on the bottom of the page, we can see so from the two graphs on the bottom of the page, we can see the road maintenance costs and the waste collection costs. And when we combine them, they work out to approximately $450 a year, or about $40 a month per household. And we believe that residents are receiving very good value for their money for year-round waste collection and winter maintenance and summer maintenance on all their roads. And that concludes the overview of the. Oh no, sorry. And moving along to page 66. Yeah, we can see that the CIS operating budget includes expenditures of approximately $6.6 million. And our net budget increase is approximately $190,000. And if we move down to page 67, the $190,000 is mainly due to $38,000 increase for salaries and benefits, about $8,500 increase for the mosquito control program, about $140,000 for growth. And essentially the $140,000 is broken down into winter maintenance, about $70,000, sidewalk clearings, contractual increase, about $55,000, and line painting and catch basin cleaning is a more modest amount at $15,000. So those four items add up to the 140. And in terms of waste management, we've had about a $40,000 increase for waste, which is essentially to service approximately 300 new homes. And that, Madam Mayor, summarizes our operating budget for CIS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Molinari. Are there questions from members of council for the presentation from CIS? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Okay, so moving along, we have the development and fee supported budget, which is on page 77. Okay, so CIS has two branches within this area. We have development engineering and our fill operations. Those areas employ approximately there's about 6 staff in those areas. So moving on to our key objectives. on page 78. So in 2021, got a couple of key objectives that we're looking to move forward with, and that's continue to review and update our engineering standards, and also manage implementation of development for both new subdivisions, site plans, and existing works in progress. And also, as noted previously, update our transportation and water wastewater master plans and develop multi-year servicing strategies for the Highway 404 employment lands. So if we can move on to our KPIs, they're on page 81. So we're looking at page 81. Which would be the graphs of the fill operations and development engineering. There we go. Okay, so we have seen a decrease in the fill being placed at the one active fill commercial site, which is expected to be as a result of COVID. So essentially 2019, 190,000 tons versus 140,000 tons in 2020. Similarly, there were fewer fill sites investigated over this past year, essentially due to COVID as well. On the development engineering side, you can see that, and actually we have to update this graph. 2016, there were actually 9 submissions received, not 0. So you can see that there is a general consistency of between 9 and 15 engineering submissions every year. And in that number, we're not counting resubmissions. Those are submissions per project. And looking at the active sites, we can also, it's difficult to measure work within the area as development proceeds through the process. You'll have sites that are undergoing clearing and grubbing operations, then they move on to servicing and finally assumption. And by looking at each of those items in a graph form, we're able to kind of see that see how the developments move through those various activities. And looking over the years, kind of fluctuates up and down a little bit, depending on what stage of the development process they happen to be in. But looks like work is relatively continuous over time, ranging from about 14 to 18 active sites through the process, and we would expect that to continue over time as well. And as we reach some of the end of many of the developments, more of these will turn into works that are happening closer to the assumption process. And moving on to the budget summary, which is on page 82. Yeah, essentially, as noted, there's been little to no change in the CIS component, other than modest increase for step increases and benefit increases, and there's also been a decrease of $30,000 in expected revenues to account for fewer expected new development applications. And that concludes our summary of the development and fee supported budget for CIS, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Molinari. Questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for future reference, it's a bit challenging to look at page 83 in the context of individual general managers because we've got, I think, 2 or 3 of them all responsible for this chart. So it's a bit difficult to kind of get a good snapshot here. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Molinari, under development engineering, we've got 173,000 in corporate reallocation. Can you explain a little bit more about how that is? Is that just what's happening in the general? That doesn't have to do with anything to do with development engineering, but that might be a staff member who's responding to a resident inquiry, or how does that work? What is that dollar value for? Please.
I think it's probably best for Warren to answer that question, so I'll refer it to him.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the corporate reallocation are costs from the general component of our administration that are used directly to support the development engineering group. So, for example, some of the IT support that is required, or even the financial area and even legal that's used to help support development engineering initiatives are allocated to those areas. So that's what that 173,000 is for. It's cost from other areas.
Okay. And just further, I'm not sure whether this is a Mr. Marshall or a Mr. Molinari question. When I look at the development engineering budget, and to a certain extent the fill operations, but mostly for the development engineering budget, we're drawing from reserves a rather significant amount of money. So this is not necessarily a truly fee-supported budget because we're drawing from those reserves. What reserve, going over to the reserve schedule, where would I find that on the reserve schedule so I know what the balance is in that reserve?
Maybe I'll take that. So through you, Madam Mayor, there is a development engineering reserve that we collect our fees and we put it into the reserve, and in years that our revenues exceed our expenses, we populate the reserve, and years when our expenses are more than our collections in the year, we draw from that reserve. So that reserve is truly fee-based, and these expenses are truly funded through those fees.
So if I look at, I think it's page 7 of 12 of addendum number 2, I think is what I'm looking at. So I'm looking at the uncommitted reserve and reserve funds balances. The CIES development fee is showing that we've got, that we're withdrawing 604,000, which I think is a similar amount to this, leaving us a balance of 1.1 million. So we're basically halving that reserve in 2021.
Yes, through Madam Mayor. Yes, for this year we are, and if I'd like to remind a committee that we are in the process of updating our fees. We have looked at that, and there will be a report in December that proposes an adjustment to those fees, because we have looked at it and we saw that it is declining and it might not be sustainable for the long term, and these adjustments will make it sustainable over the long term.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. That's where I was headed with that, was making sure that this reserve is sustainable given fluctuations. And I think to just go back to Mr. Molinari's charts with his KPIs, looking at the active sites, I think it may be helpful for us to perhaps see that with the active sites we've seen in 2020, we may see a spike in occupancies and service level requirements in other areas of the town. Just like we did in 2018 and 2019 when we had such a busy year in 2017 in engineering. So I think it's sort of a bit of a bellwether for us to gauge activity. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. We'll go ahead then.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So moving along, I believe we're at open capital at this point, and that would be pages 4 and 5 under the supplemental information tab. So that would be page 4 and 5 under the supplemental information tab, which shows all of our open capital projects.
Very good. Will you be highlighting those as we move along?
Yes, I'm just waiting for the table to show up on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay, so yes, okay. So over the last couple of years, we've strived to reduce the number of projects on the carry forward list, and we've made some pretty good progress. For 2021, we have approximately 34 open projects, and we're looking to close about half of these by the end of 2020. Of the ones that remain open, many are well underway, and we anticipate that most will be completed or closed in 2021. So some of the notable projects on that are still on the list, we have the Sharon Ditching Project, which is 17049, which is nearly complete. Morton Avenue, as part of that project, is being deferred to coordinate with the future road rehabilitation works. We also have Woodbine Road Widening, which is project 20-034. It's substantially complete and ready to support the new operations center. We have Highway 48 sidewalk design. We have 2 options available for that project that we're proceeding with design in parallel. One of them is for sidewalk on private property, and the second is for the ultimate sidewalk, which we are hoping to put in place, which is on the 48 right of way. So we've had good positive discussions with the MTO on that, and we're hoping to receive approval and be able to move forward with those projects in 2021. With regards to the fleet open capital, it's all well underway. Out of 10 projects, 8 vehicles have been delivered or are in the process of being delivered. And the rear discharge mower that was originally envisioned requires a scope change. So we'll be taking that one back and resubmitting as part of a future budget. With regards to the water and wastewater open capital, we have 10 open capital projects, and we're looking to close 5 of them at year end. All works in our water and wastewater open capital underway are complete, and we're very pleased with the results of our water loss control program and the completion of the West Street pumping station. The water meter replacement program, project 20049, has been delayed somewhat due to COVID, but we're still making progress and hope to finalize the project in 2021. And happy to answer any questions on our open capital.
Thank you very much. Questions on open capital? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know we touched briefly on the Transportation Master Plan update earlier in our meeting, but according to this, we've spent 78% of the budget. And we're recommending that it be closed without having finished the work. So I'm just a little bit confused about having spent so much of the budget already and already worked so hard on it. What's happening with that, with the status of that report, of that project?
So essentially, we're opening up a new capital project for 2021. And we're looking to roll the funds that were in the existing capital project into the new capital project. So we've got an item under our new capital to deal with some of that, but that's essentially the thought process. And we'd also be looking through our budget process to actually get that additional work awarded as well, so we can get underway with it.
It's a little confusing to me. Why wouldn't we just keep the project open and continue with the work?
I think the rationale is because we're changing the project now. So most of the project, as you see from the existing budget sheet, was for a project that was envisioned that we've almost completed at this point in time. The new project that we're looking to submit that we have included in the 2021 budget is for an update based on new parameters that include an extension or inclusion of white belt lands, and it also includes a change to our horizon year from 2041 to 2051. So as a result of that new project and the new coordination that's happening with our OP, et cetera, we just felt it was best to submit a new budget sheet with a current budget year that was reflective of the new work that we're doing through that project.
Okay, but we've already spent $155,000 on this project. Is that
Yes.
money that's been wasted?
No, I would say that it's a lot of the groundwork that's been done to support the current master plan that was underway is still valid for the new one. It's just rerunning. We have to rerun some of the models, and we have to do some extra work in order to update it to be reflective of the new reality that and the new planning that's in place now. So yes, you know, I guess if we could have crystal balled back in 2017 or so when we started, then maybe, you know, I don't think it would have even been possible back then to know that these sorts of changes were going to be coming out. Just so happened that we weren't quite finished the master plan when some of these changes came in place. And now it's just a matter of going back and updating to get all of our master plans coordinated with the and aligned with the new OP and the new planning changes, and also reflective of the region's master plan update. So there's a lot of moving pieces on this, and I think when we're done with this project, we will have a set of guiding documents that will serve the town very well.
Thank you. It's just that from my perspective, the transportation master plan is one of the most important master plans that we have, because often we get the questions about traffic and traffic safety and road safety are some of the biggest levels of engagement we get from residents. And so having that master plan in place is important. And so I'm hesitant to change much when we've already spent so much time working on it as it is. So thank you.
Thank you. Other questions,
Madam Mayor?
comments? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Webster.
I support the councillor's thoughts. I think rather than make the 150,000 look like it's cast off money, it's actually been very value added. And so I think Mr. Molinari is trying to say, let's not have outdated budget numbers as far as year of start. So I would propose that we ask the finance team to have a new budget, but bring forward the expended money so that we have a full picture of what the transportation master plan will cost. And I think that would be useful for council, useful for the public, and actually useful for keeping track of costs as we do the OP updates. So can we say a friendly amendment? We'll bring that one forward as part of a revised budget package.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Crone. And then Councillor Crothers. Thank
you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Molinari. I was just looking at I was wondering if you could give me a little more information on the item on Alice Street and Valley Mills road storm. I know I've had some residents talk to me about that. I just want to know, you know, you talk about here it's to be closed and rebudgeted with revised scope in 2022. Could you just provide me a few more details about that, because I don't want to lose sight of that.
Certainly. So as this is one of those projects that as you start to peel the onion, that you learn new items about the project and how it interacts with other potential projects in that area. So we've gone in and we know we've got a couple outfalls that need to be repaired. We have some slope stability issues in the back along the trail, and we also have a question mark as to whether we need to maintain that trail or whether there's some other alternative. So what we're looking at doing is putting some cost estimates together on a couple of different options for that area, and then we'll come back to council with these are the options and pros and cons, and get a bit of a game plan in terms of how we want to move forward with that project. So we've had some good discussions already with the LSRCA because some of these projects impact their lands as well. So there's a lot of moving pieces on this one, and like I said, we're just gonna cost out some options, and then we'll come back to council with a preferred select a preferred option that we can move forward with, and we've done enough of the base work now to support that to be able to give enough information and select a preferred approach going forward.
I know there's been you've been in contact with some of the residents. Are they aware of what we're proposing here? To just we haven't ditched the idea. Bad use of words. Our intent is still to proceed. We just need a little more patience. Has that been communicated with the residents?
Yeah, there's been some discussions with them, and certainly that has been the sentiment. I think when this project first started, there was a lot of concern over the steepness of the grade and the retaining wall that was starting to move, and we did some initial work as a matter of priority to get out there to make sure that the area was stable. So now that we know that the area is stable, we have some time. And we just want to make sure that what we do out there, it's going to be fairly complicated from a construction perspective, and dealing with sensitive lands on a slope like that. We wanted to make sure that we're doing things properly and not rushed, and taking the time to think about it, a process that incorporates that looks at the trail, the natural environment. And that the residents at the end of the day get a good solid project as a result.
Well, with the choice of doing it fast or doing it right, let's choose to do it right. So, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Molinari. That's one that has a lot of history, and many other players were part of that project many years ago. I think we inherited that one along the way. Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. A couple of questions. The old Yonge Street design, it's being closed with only 7% spent. What were we looking at with that? What was the purpose of that?
Well, that project, we were looking to do some road improvements. It's a very steep, narrow right-of-way, and as it turns out, when we started looking into it, there's actually some encroachment issues along there that we need to figure the property out, figure out some property issues along there. So if we can adjust the property boundaries, then we'll be able to figure out what sort of right-of-way profile we can use in there. And so without knowing what that property boundary looks like and what the right-of-way width looks like in that area, it's difficult to know what sort of improvements we can do. So we're looking to see what sort of right-of-way, get an idea of what the property issues are, and then either work within those property boundaries or see what we can do to correct the right of way and complete that project. So there's a little bit of property that we need to deal with on this one, in order for us to figure out what the ultimate solution is going to be.
So should we be closing that, or is that something that we definitely want to do? It's just going to take a little bit longer.
Well, I think at this point in time, we know we don't really need a budget right now. What we need is to figure out the property side of it, which we don't need the money for. So we can figure out the property. We'll come back with a new budget sheet. We're trying to take a lot of the older projects, rather than keep projects on the list for years. We're looking to have the projects scoped and completed. So we don't have a lot of carry forward projects. So once we know what we want to do with that project and we have a better sense of what its scope will be, we would rebudget for that and have that work completed as part of that budget in a timely fashion.
Okay, that makes sense. The York-Durham line road safety, it says it's complete with 0 budget spent. That's great. Love things to come under budget, but just wondering how it was complete with 0 budget spent.
Yeah, so, and when we looked at that budget item, we felt that the dollar value was not significant enough to keep it as a standalone project. So all we're doing with that is we're rolling it into our resurfacing contract and doing it as part of a larger budget. So now that we've, in the last, starting in 2020, we actually took a lot of our various road maintenance activities and combined them into one larger project budget, so that guide rail project easily fits within that that expanded project budget.
Wonderful, that makes sense. One last question: miscellaneous concrete rehabilitation. That was just approved last year, and it's complete with only 1% of the budget spent. Why is that so far out of whack?
So that's really just waiting for invoices to come through and go through the process. So the work is complete. A lot of those concrete projects, the contractor comes in and completes that work fairly quickly. So it's just a matter of the payment certificates and progress draws kind of catching up with our payments and getting on the list.
Okay, so that will come closer to budget then, once all the bills come in?
Yeah, we'll have all those. We would expect all those bills to be in by year end and paid, and then close that project sheet down.
But will it be close to the 200,000 that was approved for? Is my question.
I don't know the exact number from this year's, but typically that's a standing item that we use approximately that much every year, and depending on what the tender price came in at, we will be spending the amount that was required to do the works for 2020.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's all, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Mr. Molinari, I just wanted to speak about the Highway 48 sidewalk that's been on for a number of years, and it seems like it's going to conclude sooner than later at this point. With the right-of-way, the Highway 48 right-of-way, are the province contributing to the sidewalk, or is it just a matter of getting the permission to use the right-of-way?
Yeah, their contribution is letting us build our sidewalk within their right-of-way. So, but they have been very good with the approval, and we knew when we started this process that it was going to take some time to negotiate with the MTO on this. But I'm happy to report that we're almost there. The lights, you can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I think 2021 is going to be a good year for sidewalk on Highway 48.
We don't very often have a ribbon cutting or a celebration, but that may be one that needs to have some focus. So thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. Okay. Councillor Persuccini, did you have a question? You're muted, but I'm reading you're muted, and I'm reading your lips that no.
I'm trying to catch up because I was busy this morning with some personal matters, but I'm sure my colleagues are smart enough to ask all the right questions and keep everything going right. So I appreciate it, your support, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And so we've concluded with Mr. Molinari, is that correct?
Madam Mayor, we still have new capital.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so moving along to page 92. So I can walk us through a high level of some of the new projects, and if there are questions specific to any particular project, we could potentially move on to the appropriate budget sheet at that time. So as far as new capital, we have our regular annual capital programs for road rehabilitation, miscellaneous concrete rehabilitation, and sign retroreflectivity and replacement. With regards to the road rehabilitation program, which is Project 001, as mentioned before, it consolidated a number of activities into that budget, including the road resurfacing, surface treatment, pavement management, and supporting works. Just interesting to note, in terms of how do we pick the roads that go into our road resurfacing contract, several years ago, we invested in a pavement management software program in partnership with the region and the town of Witchart-Stouffville. So the region actually owns or runs the software, but we've contributed in order to put our own decision trees and other parameters into that program. So essentially, every year or two, or every other year, we will have a truck, a high-tech truck van, pick up road data on the road surface, cracks, settlements, potholes, measure rideability. Through the software, we use deterioration curves, which project to the remaining useful life of the pavement. And we use decision trees through that program to help us select a preferred rehabilitation technique for the road. Staff will validate those projects that come out of it, and we'll also look at coordinating those projects with other things that are happening. So if the region's got a road project, or if there's a utility company that needs to come in and do some work, we adjust the timing of those projects so that they're coordinated with other levels of government and other companies as well. So once we have the list of projects, we're able to project where they will land in the overall capital program and assign a year to them. And that's essentially how we select the roads and how the roads eventually find their way onto our capital program. We also have, so for this year, in terms of resurfacing, we have Cedar Street, Oak Ridge Court, Forestwood Crescent, Royal Cedar, and another a group of roads to do some slurry steel, double high float. The total program is about $1.6 million, includes funding from tax levy, gas tax, and OCIF grant. Other notable projects this year are our asset management program. It's a top-up program to complete the works that are currently proposed and underway. And also we have our East Town Line Bridge projects. So this one's interesting in that instead of just going in and designing new bridges and constructing them, what we're looking to do is a project that will extend the existing service life for about 5 to 10 years. And the cost is about $180,000 for this work, but saves us from spending a couple $1 million on both of these bridges, and kind of lets us properly budget for and stretch the existing infrastructure as long as we can, which is in reality the most cost-effective way of managing the infrastructure. We also have our transportation master plan update. And as we've spoken previously, a lot of the work has already been done. And really what we're, as part of the existing master plan, but we need to update the modeling to be reflective of works that need to happen in the White Belt lands and the additional growth projections from 2041 to 2051. So as Mr. Webster indicated, we'll be taking the monies from the remaining budget that's in our existing project account and moving that over into a new project account for the new master plan. So for the TMP, we've got about $110,000 in DCs, and we would top that up with about $44,000 that's remaining from the current transportation master plan project. In terms of fleet, we've got roadside rural boulevard tractor and mower. The current tractor is struggling to complete the work that's required of it, and the project will specify a more robust tractor that will meet our needs going forward. And similarly to the transportation master plan, the water and wastewater master plan also needs to be updated to be reflective of the new planning horizon and works within the White Belt lands. And there's a bit more work that needs to happen with the wastewater master plan than the TMP in terms of modeling and laying out what some of those new servicing strategies will be in those White Belt lands. So the cost that we're looking for the master plan update is about $260,000 plus the remaining balance in the existing water wastewater master plan project budget of $70,000 to complete those works. And that's a high level summary of our new capital program. Happy to go over any of the projects in detail at Council's desire. So, Madam Mayor, that concludes the overall presentation for capital.
Thank you very much. Questions of Mr. Molinari?
I do have one, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Morton, go ahead.
It is. Through you to Mr. Molinari. What about, I'd like to discuss a little bit more about the East Town Line bridges. Because of where they're located, do we not partner with the Uxbridge area with getting money through them?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we do actually. So my understanding is that Uxbridge already has money budgeted for these. So we would be the lead on it. We would do the work. And at the end of the project, we would recover those funds for their proportionate share for the works.
Okay, that was just, I was just wondering about that because I know in past years when we've had to do stuff like that, we've had to share with Uxbridge. So I wanted to ensure that that was happening this time too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The sign retro reflectivity and replacement project. Sorry, I'm thinking of that, trying to say that 3 times fast, and I'm having a little trouble. Anyway, I wanted to raise that one. The 2020 schedule showed that we did that portion of it in 2020 and it was complete and we only spent $22,000. So this is, we had budgeted 40 as well. So I'm just wondering whether the budget for 2021 does in fact need to be 40 or whether we could adjust it downwards to be more reflective with actuals. I know that in prior years, this wasn't necessarily a very popular project with members of council. So I'm just sensitive to that and the fact that it's also on the tax levy. So just looking for any comments there, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, this is one of those projects where in some years there's a lot of signs to replace, and other years there's fewer, and you really don't know until you go out and you take the equipment and you measure the reflectivity that's there. So it's good to have a strong enough budget that would allow you to do the works that you need to do to cover that off. So I guess as we move forward, we can see if there's potential to drop that down. But at this time, I'd be a little hesitant to drop that just because the signs are it's mandated that signs have to be replaced when they reach a certain level. And rather than pushing that too close to the envelope, we try to be a little proactive when we're doing these so that we're not taking it to the last year of. We try and replace them so that the signs have good reflectivity for safety, etc. So I think at this point we prefer to keep the budget where it is. But if we notice over time that it's taking less, that our signs are lasting longer, or that they're generally in good shape, we might be able to drop them down for a year or two. But ultimately, you know, the signs, all the signs are going to need to be replaced every so often, and there really isn't any way to kind of get around that.
Okay, thank you very much. Further, if I may, Madam Mayor, just the road rehabilitation program for 2021. I know that in prior years we've tried to, as I sort of think of it, as spread the love as far as making sure that individual communities had a similar amount of works being done, so that there was some equity there. I'm noticing that, and I'll be a little bit parochial about this, but I'm noticing Ward 2 is left. I guess maybe is in pretty good shape because there's only one project for Ward 2, and so I just wanted to ask whether there were. I know it's all based on a road needs study that we have, and there are things that are on the list, and we prioritize them accordingly. But I just wanted to advocate on behalf of the areas that I hear about. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, Mr. Molinari, that. It didn't look like there was a lot going on in Ward 2, and perhaps that's simply because our roads are in good shape. Thanks.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, you know, Ward 2 has had an influx of a lot of development, and a lot of those new roads are actually increasing the pavement quality. They refer to it the pavement quality index, and as a result, Ward 2 actually has a very high pavement quality index now because of those new roads, but. We have, regardless, you know, we're mindful of that, and we want to make sure that the roads that are not part of the new are being properly dealt with as well. So, for instance, Rogers Road is a road that's being designed as we speak as part of the 2020 project budget to do some drainage improvements along that roadway and look at some of the grading and alignment, to see what we can do to improve that. So that project's being designed as we speak, and as part of the 2020 budget, and will likely be a project that will have a design that will be implemented in likely 2022.
Thank you. I'm really glad to hear that. That was actually where my next question was what the status of Rogers Road was. So I'm glad to hear that you brought that up, Mr. Molinari. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Molinari, I hope I'm not going down too far into the weeds here. One thing that stuck out or jumped out at me when I looked at the Rural Boulevard tractor and mower, it's mentioned in there about operator fatigue. And I'm thinking, is that just due to a seating position as that operator tries to watch the operation that's taking place? And it popped into my mind. We talk about ergonomics for our staff in the office, and I'm thinking it's just as important for staff in their daily operations inside of a piece of machinery. Is that am I assuming correct?
Councillor Foster, I'm not certain on that, but I know that whenever we are speccing new equipment, we have a very competent and qualified fleet group now at the town. And if there are issues with the equipment from an operator safety perspective, or from an equipment longevity or perspective, we make sure that we buy the right equipment that's safe for our staff, that's easily and that can easily complete the work that's assigned to it. So I can follow up with Jeff and make sure that's the case. But I can tell you that, you know, that's just part of what the group does on a regular basis.
Yeah, thank you. I just noticed that it was actually written operator fatigue, and I thought it was odd that it was in there that way. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Other questions, comments? We'll move along.
Madam Mayor, I believe the clerks have some recommendations that they have drafted that maybe we can put up on screen, and maybe we can have council look at those recommendations.
I believe everyone has them in front of them. Be it resolved that the Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services 2021 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services 2020-21 proposed operating budget be approved in principle, and that the 2021 new capital program for community infrastructure and environmental services be approved in principle as follows, and I'm not going to read them all out. I believe everyone has that in front of them. Warren, did you have a question or a comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor. With regards to the recommendation, I had two comments. One, we're not proposing to bring forward the water and wastewater capital at this time. We'll discuss that in January, so that could be removed. And two, we've also gone through the fee and supported, or the development and fee supported for development engineering and fill, but maybe we can bring that forward later when we've gone through the other parts of the development and fee supported budgets.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My understanding was that we were going to be making some changes to the transportation master plan. So it could be as amended or something to that effect here. I know it's approval in principle, but I just want to make sure that we don't lose track of that. And just a bit of feedback for staff that even with my better than 2020 vision, that is really difficult to read on my screen. Thanks.
That's a little better now. If I was squinting, that was why. Okay, any other comments, questions on what we have before us? Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Lamanna.
Sorry, just through you to speak to Warren's suggestion about the development fee budget, development fee and supported budget. Because it is cross-departmental, perhaps when we go through each of the department's operating capital budgets, they'll all reference that particular section of the budget, but at the end we can have a separate resolution for the development and fee supported budget if that's appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, very good. So we'll move along now to the next item.
Madam Mayor, the next item is the Community Parks and Recreation and Culture Department under General Manager Karmazin. So if we could refer to your binders on page 57, and if you're following online, it's page 47. And we'll, excuse me, we'll leave it to Mr. Karmazin to go through his operating budget right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. It's my pleasure to present the Community Parks, Recreation and Culture budget for 2021, otherwise known as the CPRC budget. CPRC provides services through three branches: Parks Development and Operations, Municipal Facilities, Recreation, Special Events, and Community Engagement. The services are provided by 32 full-time staff, and those staff are supported by up to 95 part-time, seasonal, and contracted staff in any one given year. Some of the highlights for our budget for 2021 is the completion of the Operations Center project, which is one of the largest capital projects in the town's history. So bringing that project to completion within the assigned budget and schedule. Completion of the design of the Health and Active Living Plaza, including EG's first aquatic center, concept design work for the Sharon Sports Complex site, and facility expansion, as well as the Civic Precinct project. And then construction of some of our key ATTMP or active transportation and trails master plan projects, including the Oriole Drive Bridge and Boardwalk and Simcoe or Colony Trail. Continuing, also a key objective is continuing to provide safe and cost-effective programming and event opportunities for our residents during COVID-19, while responsibly managing the budget with net operating decreases in revenue and offsetting those with cost savings. I'll ask that clerks provide the KPIs on the screen. I believe it's on the next page. So some of the key performance indicator highlights is the double-digit or exponential growth of our parks acreage, our inventory of parks, and our kilometers of trails over the last 3 years. We've seen certainly some unprecedented growth, opening up 16 new parks and trails within 16 months. One of the most aggressive periods for our facility expansion and enhancement projects, also with undertaking the new operations center construction and project management and design of our new health and active living plaza project. And then under programs and special events, I think what we wanted to show through these key performance indicators was, although there was a decrease with in-person events and in programs, we wanted to provide some creative and interactive ways that we responded to COVID to continue to provide program and event experiences, and that's what's indicated on the pie chart on that page. I'd ask that clerks go to the next page, which is our budget summary. So our total budget is 6.8 million. Some of the pressures that you'll see within this budget are some nominal increases due to salaries and benefits or step increases. One of the benefits of having a senior staff is that you have a senior staff, but those staff do eventually move through the step increases over time. It should also be noted that we have some costs that are associated with bringing the operations center online. So those are new costs, including some supplies, materials, utilities, and services. It should be noted that under this budget, we have not made major adjustments due to expenditures from COVID-19. We'll be maintaining our flexibility in that regard. In 2020, CPRC managed the budget to achieve the net zero and offset all of our lost revenue with expenditure savings throughout the year. So that's the way we'll approach this budget, and it will still allow us to provide safe and efficient service delivery with any of the COVID restrictions and enhanced safety measures. I would ask that if you could go to the next slide, please, or the next page, please. So as you can see, a small net increase and related to staffing and primarily bringing on the new operations center and the associated costs with that project. I would ask that clerks go to the development or first I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the key objectives or the operations budget as presented.
Thank you very much. Questions on what we have seen so far? I'm not seeing any questions at this time, Mr. Karmazin.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would ask that the clerks go to the development and fee supported budget, please. Thank you. So this area of the CPRC budget, a combined budget, obviously, with development services, finance, and CIS. This area supports the partial assignment of 2 landscape architect staff that perform park, trail, open space, and tree protection and preservation work with all of our site plans and plans of subdivision that come forward. I would ask that clerks go to the next page, please. Some of the highlights of the key objectives is to continue to build our new parks and trails within our new developments, and build complete communities, not just homes, but complete communities. And we'll also be looking to update our active transportation and trails master plan. And if you could please go to the budget page. Next page, please. Oh, sorry. Some of the KPIs that we've included are similar or the same KPIs as the parks operating. Because we build new parks and trails with our new communities, the KPIs are consistent with the parks operating KPIs, where we've indicated double-digit increases in our parks acreage and kilometers of trails in our inventory of parks. The next page, please. So with these next two slides under the budget summary and the budget, what you will note is CPRC will be implementing some fee adjustments for both the development review and implementation of development plans. That's monitoring to ensure that the communities are built as per design. And this fee adjustment is to fall into line with actual costs of the two full-time staff complement that are assigned to the development review process. And with that, if you could provide the next page, please. And I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the development of the fee-supported budget that's presented.
Are there questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any hands up at this time.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, I would ask that the clerks provide the open capital program sheet. Through Madam Mayor, with the open capital, we've made significant progress over the past couple of years, both reducing, completing, and closing out many of our multi-year projects. Some of the projects that you can expect to see completed within 2021 is the Operations Center project. We're expecting completion of that in Q1 2021. Design of the Health and Active Living Plaza project, as well as we are on track for Q1, Q2 2021 to have that project fully designed. The construction of the Oriole Drive Boardwalk Trail and Bridge is also a project we're expecting to be complete in the late summer of 2021, and project dating well back in I believe it was back to 14 or 15 as our wayfinding signage. Now that we have a new sharp logo, we'll be updating all of our community entry and town entry signage. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have with regards to the open capital.
Questions from members of council? Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Holland Landing Community Centre splash pad surface and servicing, we had 125,000 budgeted in 2019, and we're closing it into be rebudgeting. Can you add a little bit further about what's happening there and what the plan is going forward, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think the plan was to continue to monitor the conditions. I know that staff has done a lot of work operationally to address what seems to be some of the settlement issues that have occurred with that splash pad. So I believe at this point we are going to take a step back and just continue to monitor the pad, but it is operating. We have been able to maintain it with our operating budget, and that's the status of the project currently.
Thank you. And just further, the Emerald Ash Borer program, I know it was a significant multi-year program. I noticed that it's complete, but we're now a few dollars over budget, and I'm just wondering what took place there. It's obviously complete and closed, but I guess it was the actuals came in greater than what we had anticipated. Can you comment on that? It's 130% of budget.
Absolutely. Through you, Madam Mayor, there was a budget increase in 2019, a separate capital project that I believe may not have been rolled into this project. It was for 170,000, and I would have to check with finance to ensure that that project was in fact included into the overall budget, as it was a multi-year, a four-year program.
So through you, Madam Mayor, perhaps either finance staff or Mr. Karmazin could provide us with a little bit more of a complete picture on maybe it's a wrap up or a roundup of the project, given it was such a substantial amount of money that took place over several years. I remember when we approved it, it was a dramatic plan. And so now that it's come to completion, perhaps it would be appropriate to report further on what the status is and how it went, and any lessons learned and things that we're going to be doing going forward as far as our street and urban canopy. Thanks.
Any comments, Mr. Karmazin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. We can provide a comprehensive report that'll provide a summary of the budget, as well as the successes of the program, certainly some of the challenges of the program as well, with replacing that number of street trees and parks trees.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Karmazin? I'm not seeing any at this time. We'll proceed.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I would ask that clerks provide the 2021 capital budget requests.
Councillor Persicini, did you have your hand up there while we were changing?
I just wondered to General Manager Karmazin, when what's the timeline, and since we have logos now done for the signs all over the town that will be upgraded, when would this be? You know, for the signs. So now that we have the logos, when are we going to provide the new signs and going around the community? Timeline, roughly.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we're working with corporate communications to get a rendering or a mock-up of the sign. Then we'll move into fabricating the signs or creating the signs over the winter. And then in the spring, once the frost is out of the ground, as soon as possible, we'll be implementing the signs or installing them. So you could see some new signs with the sharp new logo as early as this coming spring.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you very much.
We'll all be looking forward to that one. Okay,
Great.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, the first three projects that we've indicated here are some park enhancement projects, including some half-court basketball facilities, which was noted as a high priority for enhancements to parks through our Parks and Rec Master Plan. And these projects are funded through the development charges process through the Averton development in Mount Albert. If you'd like, I can answer any questions related to per project, or I can provide an overview on the projects proposed, and then answer questions at the end if that's okay with council.
Certainly.
Okay. The next project is the replacement of some deteriorating floor surfaces at the Canada Hall. And it was noted that there was some delaminating surfaces in certain areas, and this is to prevent any slip, trip, and fall hazards and those types of hazards that can occur with delaminating floor surfaces. The next project is an HVAC component repair and replacement project at the Civic Center, which is essentially just an end of life a proposed project. The next project is maintenance to our power distribution systems at all of our municipal facilities. This includes checking and updating of all our panels, our service distribution cabinets, transformers, and distribution equipment. The next project is completion of the roofing repair and replacement at the Civic Center. We have divided up that project into 3 separate phases due to the condition of the roof, and as well as to minimize disruption to what is a very busy facility here at the Civic Center. This last part of the project also includes some of the glazing or skylight replacement that would occur over the skylight gallery, and that is a lift would be required to come in and replace those very large panes of glass, which are now starting to show some deterioration. The next project is a due diligence item that is industry best practice, and that's to perform building condition assessments. And what this is an in-depth analysis of all your structural, mechanical, electrical, and site assets, where they assess in detail the condition, the life cycle, the forecasting that you've applied to those assets, as well as a financial strategy to appropriately finance the replacement of those assets over time. And the last project, which was added by way of an addendum just recently, is to support with the architectural services contract, the sports complex due diligence. So to take a look at soils analysis, including the capacity of the soils and the composition of the soils. Given the current site is an operations yard, it's best practice to determine what the status of the soils are. And in addition to that, we are proposing a portion of that project also be earmarked for the demolition and the removal of, in particular, 2 of the structures on site, the foundation for the salt dome, as well as the outbuilding or shed type of structure garage. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions related to the proposed capital program for CPRC for 2021.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any yet. I just have a question regarding the demolition and the rehabilitation of the former works yard. When might that take place?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are looking at the potential of that into late 2021. So it would be into the summer of 2021, the summer.
Thank you. We do have a number of residents that are in close proximity, so I'm sure that you've thought of letting them know and notifying them as well. But we have lots of time to do that. Thank you. Other questions, comments? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just the 2, I think it's 001 and 002, the basketball half court. Are those replacement assets or are those service level enhancement? The reason I ask is that we've just spent $1.6 million on a park in Mount Albert. So I'm just curious to understand if it's replacing an asset that's past its stated life. I'm fine with it, but if we're doing service level improvements in a maintenance year, then I'm just curious to understand what the process would be. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, those are additions to those parks or enhancements, and they were specific to the Averton development. So there was in their subdivision agreement, there was specific contributions made back into the community of Mount Albert. And so those projects are earmarked for those particular parks as a part of the development charges process with regards to that specific development.
So if Averton is paid for these, why weren't they installed when the park was first built then?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe the agreement post-dated the construction of all three of these parks.
Nothing more, Councillor Roy-DeClemente?
Well, as I said, I'm struggling given that I'm not seeing any other service level improvements in other parts of the community, and so it stuck out to me given the approach that we've taken with this budget across the board in not just in CPRC but across the board as far as even just our capital expenditures, and so these sort of stuck out to me as something that might not necessarily need to happen in 2021. So I just thought I would raise it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carmerson, might there be other parks that have equipment that was paid for by developers but not installed at the time the park was completed?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to my knowledge, we don't have any other projects of this nature. We do tend to when we build the development, we provide the park. So at the time of construction, our park standards are 50% occupancy, and the developer builds the park. So the residents have a place to go and within their new community. So this was a development agreement that was a bit different. So the commitment was to invest in some existing parks infrastructure, and that's the nature of the project and the rationale behind the project.
Not just the Averton Park where their development was taking place.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll move along. Mr. Marshall?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Maybe we can get clerks to put up the resolutions for approval.
Okay. Be it resolved that the Community Parks, Recreation and Culture 2021 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that Community Parks, Recreation and Culture 2021 proposed operating budget be approved in principle, and that the 2021 new capital program for Community Parks, Recreation and Culture be approved in principle as follows. I'm sure that everyone can read that. Okay, and do I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Crone, Councillor Carruthers. Questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, just to recap, with those two departments, we've gone through approximately 50% of our operating program and 75% of our capital program expenditures. With that, I'm going to introduce the next department we'll go through, which is Emergency and Community Safety Services, with Chief McKenzie going through our operating program. Those are on page 47 for our book. And if you're following online, it's page 39.
Thank you very much. Councillor Roy D. Clemente, you had a question?
Before we move on to emergency and community safety services, I just wanted to follow up with the with CPRC. I had made a recommendation or suggestion that we request a report on the Emerald Ash Borer project. So we put forward a motion that staff prepare a comprehensive report on the completed multi-year Emerald Ash Borer project, as well as any recommendations moving forward relating to the maintenance of the town's tree canopy.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Foster. Thank you very much. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move along then. Mr. Marshall. Oh, wait, there we go. Chief, are you there with us?
I am, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm happy to bring to you the operating and capital budgets for ECSS. The approximate 90 staff of ECSS make up our composite department that enhances fire and life safety of the town's residents, businesses, and visitors. We deliver education programs, fire prevention inspections, and of course enforcement and emergency and non-emergency response. There's 26 full-time members and approximately 80 paid on-call firefighters. If we want to move forward through to the key priorities, we have a number. What I'll do is just highlight some of the exciting ones. We continue to provide training and development for all our staff, from the rookies right through to first-class firefighters. We're also enhancing our company officer leadership training and development. We've, as part of the PTSD prevention plan, we've rolled out a program. It actually just started on Saturday for staff dealing with mental health issues. We're going to implement and enhance the new smoke alarm CO program. What's exciting, we wanted to trigger this earlier this year, but COVID slowed us down. But it's a new incident command program that we're rolling out to all of our officers. That we actually got them certified last month, and we're going to start the program a little bit late, but it's going to be coming down the pipe. We've started the process of creating the business continuity planning that will reside within the emergency plan. And the ongoing, as Carolyn mentioned at the introduction, the ongoing speccing out of the new pumper that we're expecting to take delivery in Q3 of next year. Those are just some of our key priorities and objectives. We move forward to the KPIs. Like every other division, COVID impacted ECSS quite a bit with regards to our education program. We just weren't able to get out there and do the presentations en masse in the public, so we had to take a bit of a pause there, retweak it. But what's interesting is now that we've figured out protocols, we're starting to do some of those engagements, and we're hoping to see an uptick in towards the end of the year, and of course next year with those. Inspections and plans review slowed for a couple of days, but actually didn't lose any steam. We still managed to provide full service on the inspection side of things, including the accessory apartments, the fire lot breaks, and complaint request inspections, but also our vulnerable occupancies and the schools. biggest hit was the annual smoke alarm CO program, where we had staff going door to door, knocking and engaging on staff or on the public. So that came to pretty much a complete halt for a month or so. We retweaked the program, we implemented protocols, and we've actually gotten staff back out there. So all of these, I'm hoping to say, or I'm happy to say that all of these KPIs will be doing an uptick towards the end of, like, by the time we're done with Q4 of 2020. From an operations perspective, or sorry, if you scroll down a little bit more, you'll see that our training never stopped. We had direction from the Fire Marshal of Ontario that, the importance of the essential service of the fire service required that we kept out there, that we kept training staff. So again, we implemented the protocols, and we kept the training program going forward. Lastly, the operation blip there. Interesting note, as of today, we're tracking at 832 total incident response, and for a total last year in 2019 of 1,094. So we're significantly less in response than last year at the tracking at this time. And also an interesting note is where we average, 14 to 16 responses per month for motor vehicle collisions. The month of April, immediately during that initial lockdown, we responded to 0, and we were tracking 12% less through April and May and June. So if we move forward then to the operation summary, or the operating budget summary, sorry. So the impact this year to the budget is about 1%, and we're seeing just some nominal increases with regards to our obligations with the collective agreement with regards to salaries. We do have some contracts with other agencies such as Richmond Hill Fire for the dispatch service, York Regional Police for the radio equipment, the paging system, and the maintenance of. We also have one of the N6 initiatives was an emergency management manager with the region that we pay our share of portion for. And we've increased, because we're doing the Blue Card command that I mentioned, it requires an increase in our software licenses. So those are the impacts with the operating this year. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any at this point.
Thank you very much, Chief. Questions of the Chief? I'm not seeing people with questions at this time.
Excellent. Well, we'll move on to then the open capital projects.
Go ahead, Chief.
Okay. With regards to the open capital projects, there aren't that many that are still remaining open. The one that there are 3. One is the smoke alarm CO program that we created the software upgrade for it last year. We're implementing it this year. The second is, as I mentioned earlier, the ongoing replacement of the pumper. Like I said, it's been spec'd. We're just working out the details, and it'll be delivered next summer. And the last one is an annual fund that we carry for our POC recruitment, that for any intake that we take. There was an intake that was delayed last year that we're still putting funds towards, and then again we're going to request for one next year. So just the 3 items in the open capital. If there's no questions on that, we can move to the new capital.
I'm not seeing any questions. Oh, I am, sorry. Well, before we get to the new capital, Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief, just a quick question on the engine replacement written down as delayed due to COVID-19. Just a general interest, were they not working or was there supply and material issues? And I guess to go along with that, if this is taking a little bit longer, should we expect a little bit of a cost increase or should that be kept in line?
So through you, Your Honor, to Councillor Foster, the delay in initiating was actually at the administrative level. We just couldn't get to the document to coordinate with the Treasury Department or the purchasing to get it out there. Costing was the same. There was no increase in cost at all.
Thank you.
So if we look at the new capital programs or projects for ECSS, there's only 3. Last year we hired a new FTE, a new inspector, Callie Walton, and she's operating, and we're looking to provide a support vehicle for that position. In addition, we're looking to start another paid on-call recruitment in the new year and require that funding upfront for upstart cost, gear, station wear, safety equipment and such. And the last item there is the bunker gear replacement. Our bunker gear has a shelf life of approximately 7 to 10 years, depending on wear and tear. So every year we have a number of suits that have to be replaced. So that's just a cost that will replace probably 8 or 10 with that next year. And that's it for the new capital program. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions on the new capital program? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the chief or to Mr. Marshall. The bunker gear equipment replacement is showing as under emergency management, and I'm just wondering if that's the right place for it, or if it should be under suppression or some other area of our budget.
Yes, good catch. That should be under operating. Or operations, correction.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Not necessarily a question. I just thought I'd bring this up. We've talked in the past of making sure some of the new vehicles that we purchase fit the job requirement. I'm just thinking, we have a whole lot of $60,000 4x4 4-door pickups, and I'm just wondering if in the future these type of replacements might be a little bit different to more suit the actual job.
Through you, Your Honor, to Councillor Foster again. Yes, lots of discussions on that, but as you know firsthand, we repurpose those vehicles. They can go to an inspection one moment, then they can go to a public education event, and then of course in the middle of the night, if there's a fire or anything like that, they can be used as a utility vehicle. But we have discussed speccing out or purchasing in the future years vehicles that are more subject to or more contiguous to for example, the education program, something for our education officer to a little bit more like not so much a pickup truck, like an SUV or a smaller van or something like that. What's one thing that COVID has brought is with the staffing being restricted per vehicle, we've actually reached out and helping Mike Molinari's crews, the water crews, we're repurposing the pickup truck again to have part of the water crew through the day take one of our trucks to do that. So they're sort of a jack of all trades right now.
Yep, understood. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With that, I'll ask the clerk to put up the recommendations on the screen.
Be it resolved that the Emergency and Community Safety Services 2021 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the Emergency and Community Safety Services 2021 proposed operating budget be approved in principle, and that the 2021 new capital program for Emergency and Community Safety Services be approved in principle as follows. Can everyone see the three items that are in front of us? Question, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
I'm happy to move it. Just wanted to suggest that it be as amended to address capital project 21-003 under emergency management. It should be under operations.
Thank you very much. Make sure that that is moved. Any other questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente is moving this. Do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The next area that we'll be looking at is development services under General Manager Ramuno. So if we could refer to your books in page 53, or if you're online, page 44, I'll ask Mr. Ramuno to step through his operating program.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council, and the public. So the Development Services Department, basically two divisions, a number of functions, the planning branch and the building branch. Total combined full-time staff, we have 21 positions. With respect to the planning division, I mean, our primary responsibility is to provide the strategic land use advice on the town's vision to council and the public. And on a day-to-day basis, we're responsible for the review and providing recommendations on all planning applications that are received, official plans, zoning, subdivisions, site plans, committee of adjustment applications as well. And we also, our recommendations are based on provincial, regional, and municipal directives as laid out in our policy papers and official plans. We also deal with heritage matters as well. The other key, critical factor is in any review and processing of an application, we're always concerned with the implementation of environmental protection and enhancement policies that we have in our current official plan and that are also identified in regional and provincial policy papers. We're also, our policy division branch of the planning division is also responsible for the official plan updates. We're in the middle of one now, as council is aware of, as well as updating and maintaining our parent zoning bylaw. In addition, we do the occasional special land use study. One that we're involved in now at a staff level is the cannabis production facilities land use study that we just initiated. Our building division, their primary responsibility is dealing with the building administration and approvals through plan reviews, building permit application reviews, and inspections. And they ensure compliance to the Ontario Building Code and standards, as well as our town zoning bylaw for the construction of new buildings, renovations, demolitions, etc. And that involves not only residential but non-residential building activity. Perhaps we can move to the next, our budget summary page. The planning division, the majority of the department is funded through development fees. A small component is funded through the property taxes. There really aren't, there isn't much in the way of pressures. There was a minor increase in the expense side related to just a transfer of salary costs to a small consulting budget, but I think that's very minor. I think it's about $1,500 increase. If we can move to the next sheet, which is, yeah, and I think I touched on that. This is again the property tax supported portion of the development services. It's relatively minor, and the minor increase there is the consultant line, which is a slight increase from last year to this year of $1,580. We can move on to I think the next slides would be the key priorities and objectives for 2021, which would be my page 78 and 79 of the binder. We have a number here. I won't go through all of them, but a couple of key ones, obviously, with respect to, within our planning department, we're always looking at, enhancing our public engagement process. Over the past year or so, we've updated our public notifications ads, and as well as our signage that are required to be placed on properties that have active development applications. We will also be looking at improvements to our again, our public consultation process with respect to using all the avenues that we can with respect to sending out notices. We currently send out notices by mail. We use our website, social media, local papers, etc. Our building department, one of the key priorities there is they've been working on a City View portal for online acceptance of building permits and booking inspections totally online. That's been working well. We will continue to enhance that process throughout the coming year in 2021 as well. And those two come from our culture of municipal excellence pillar. Next pillar, programs and services. Just like to point out that I think we will, on the planning side, we've been updating a lot of our planning processes. The one that we want to concentrate on in 2021 would be streamlining our subdivision agreement process, just to provide clarity for all internal departments, but also our applicants as well. The next one I'd like to touch on would be we're also looking at developing an online sort of a portal that will enable our residents to access development applications that have been received online, as well as we'd be able to connect that to sort of a spatial mapping data. That way it'd be very user friendly. They'd be aware of all new applications and be able to provide some context with respect to what the application is and exactly where it is, what's being proposed. Within our building branch, obviously they will continue to monitor building insurance compliance to the building code. Under the next page, the next pillar would be responsible growth, environmental protection. We'll continue to manage and coordinate new planning applications. I think in the coming year, in 2021, we will see a number of new planning applications within our Green Lane secondary plan along that Green Lane corridor, as well as our new business park area. So we will work with those applicants and ensure the public is engaged when we deal with those applications and bring those forward for council consideration. The other project that I think I mentioned that we're also looking at, we're undertaking a land use study for the cannabis production facilities. Council passed the interim control bylaw a number of months ago, so we're hoping to bring that forward in early 2021 for council's consideration. Next, if we go down to the next slide, the last pillar, building complete communities. The one key project that we are working on here in the development services is the update to the town's new official plan. That's obviously a key capital project. We started that in 2020, and we're looking to bring that to completion in late 2021. That'd be our, an update to the official plan. Looking forward to the year 2051 to ensure that we're dealing with, building complete communities as we continue to build out, at the same time ensuring that we're protecting our continue to protect our environmental features within the town. As council is aware, 75% of the municipality is captured within the Oak Ridges Moraine and Greenbelt Plan, and those lands will continue to be protected and won't be developed upon. But we do have significant lands that are still slated for or developable, don't have environmental constraints. So we'll be dealing with those lands, bringing those into the new official plan next year. We already started our public engagement process with respect to our official plan. We had one online visioning workshop last month. There'll be more public consultation as we move forward in early 2021. If we can move on to the next slide, I believe next would be our some of our key measures. Just a couple slides here. We have first graph there is really just to identify the number of new planning applications that we've received throughout the years over the past 5 years. Obviously, 2017 was a peak year in both planning applications and building permit applications. And things have stabilized a little bit, but we have seen a bit of an increase in planning applications in 2020, and I think we'll see a similar volume of new development applications in 2021 as well. Pretty consistent with the number of reports that we reported to council over the last couple years. And associated with any report, obviously, when we complete an application, we're required to prepare development agreements for execution by mayor and council. Under the building division, again, you'll see the graph there that 2016 and 2017 were peak years with respect to number of new building permit applications received and issued. 2019 and 2020 have been pretty consistent, slight increase in 2020. I think we're projecting an average of 400 to 450 new building permits for new homes moving forward. That middle slide there is permits issued. Combined permits, residential and non-residential, and I think we're sitting at about in 2020 so far we're at just over 600 permits issued all told. And for 2020, our construction value, all construction value from all permits received, topped out at about $150 million for the town. I think the next slide would be the budget summary for the department, and this is really the development fees supported portion of the department, which is the majority of it. Really no increases aside from a couple of minor increases within the on the expenditure side. A slight increase of $7,000 has been added to deal with enforcement of the under the building code for the cannabis related orders that we're dealing with, working closely with our legal and bylaw enforcement division there. And the other slight increase on the expenditure side is a matter of about $9,000 to deal with some enhanced software licensing and maintenance fees. On the revenue side, as I mentioned, pretty stable with respect to both building and development applications. We're projecting a slight increase in building revenue in 2021, but a slight decrease in planning application fee revenue. But all told, I think we're projected to see a net increase in revenues within the Development Services Department for 2021. The next slide would be our just outlining the expenditure and revenue budget lines, and I think I touched on those. The two slight increases being the legal services and software licenses for the cannabis legal enforcement amount, and the slight increase in software licensing. And further on down, we have the revenue where we're projecting again a slight increase in billing revenue, but a slight decrease in the planning application revenue. And again, this is based on, projections moving forward based on some of the discussions we're having with the building and development industry. But again, in 2021, I think we'll see another busy year on the building activity as well as development application side as well. I believe, Madam Mayor, that is the end of the presentation relating to the development services budget slides. But if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take any questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. I am now. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Couldn't let this go without a question.
Of course.
Through you to Mr. Ramuno, the official plan, we're going to be working on that over the next little while. Have you anticipated incorporating some virtual meetings with that, or are we working under the opinion and the hopes that a vaccine will be in place and we'll be able to meet in person? What's your game plan there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think at this point we're really looking at moving forward with virtual meetings. If things change, obviously, we can certainly move to some in-person meetings, but at this point, I think we'll continue with the virtual. The first one we had last month, our visioning exercise, we had a pretty good turnout. We had a morning and an afternoon session, and I believe we had 40 participants for both sessions, 40 in the morning and approximately 40 in the afternoon. So for these type of exercises, it's a pretty good turnout. So
great.
But we'll keep council posted.
Great. Thank you very much.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to either Mr. Ramuno or to Mr. Marshall. I'm just looking at again, the draw from reserves under the planning area. We've got over $1 million in annual expenses and only projecting revenue about $475,000, which is causing us to draw $600,000 from reserves. That puts the fund balance in a deficit position of over $700,000. Is this and I know we've got another reserve, I believe it's a DC reserve for general government that's also in a pretty significant deficit position. I'm just wondering if, and this doesn't have to be answered now, but at some point if we could have a sense of what's happening, what the historical fluctuations are in this area. I know in the past, I remember seeing through this process a graph that sort of showed the ebb and flow of our draws from reserves and the plan long term that recuperates that fund. So I'm just wondering if we can have a sense that all will be well in the long run, rather than this is an unusual year and we're not projecting the revenue that we need to balance this budget. Thanks.
Mr. Marshall?
Maybe I can do a little answer to that for now, and then we can come back later with some information. But I believe Mr. Ramuno will be coming forward with some revised rates or fees for the planning reserve. We are aware that there is some pressure on that reserve, and we're similar to what we've been doing with the development and fee supported reserves. We are looking at the reserves to change that, to bring that into a positive area. It will take a couple of years as well, and we've actually been kind of conservative with the projection for the revenues for 2021 as well. So I think the combination of those will find that we'll be in okay shape later.
Thanks very much.
Very good. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Proceed.
So, Madam Mayor, I think Mr. Ramuno will be going through his open capital projects. He does not have any new capital requests for 2021, but if he can just step through the open capital, and then we can complete the review of the capital at that time.
Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you, Warren. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so 2021 capital projects. But we do have the official plan, which was a 2020 budgeted item, and that is still obviously open, and we're hoping to complete that in 2021. That was identified as with a budget of $600,000. The other items, if we start from the top, the urban design guideline drive-through project, that was on the books a number of years ago. That has been complete now. We had council endorse those design guidelines a couple months ago, so that's complete and under budget, and we'll be able to close that. The CityView software enhancement budget, that is a project is ongoing. We're still dealing with our modernization program and enhancing that system. The next one is our Heritage Register project. That one is still ongoing. We just reported to council last week on that one. We will be scheduling a council workshop in early 2021. So we're anticipating to hopefully complete that project in early 2021, but that's still ongoing. And we are still looking at being under budget significantly on that project. Good news there. The next one is the 4-4 secondary plan, which was approved by council, adopted by council back in July. We are that work has been completed. Just last week, regional council approved that secondary plan, and so they've issued the notice of decision. By mid-December, that appeal period should be over and subject to no appeal, and we don't think we're going to get any appeals. Hopefully, we'll have in effect an enforce secondary plan. So that project's completed and under budget. The next project is just various planning studies where that's a small amount, $25,000 budget, just to assist with any project studies that we may need to look at with respect to any land use issues that come up, similar to sort of like the cannabis production facility review that we're undertaking in-house, but that's a small amount that we want to keep open just in case we needed to retain some external experts to assist. And the last one I mentioned is our official plan project, which is underway and should be completed by the end of 2021. And that's all for the open capital projects, Madam Mayor. If there are any questions.
Other questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time. Go ahead, please.
So at this time, I'll ask the clerk to put up the recommendations on the screen, and maybe at this time we can address the development and fee supported programs as well, as we've completed the review of all of them.
Thank you. Okay, so first, could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Morton. Be it resolved that the Development Services 2021 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the Development Services 2021 proposed operating budget be approved in principle. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, this is regarding the development and fee supported budget review. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Persichini. Be it resolved that the development and fee supported 2021 proposed business plan and budget review be received and that the development and fee supported budget be approved in principle. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Councillor Crothers, do you have a question?
No, just a delay in getting my hand up.
Okay, thank you. Didn't want to miss you if there was something there to be said. Very good. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, while I did support the development and fee supported budget in principle, I did want to comment that a lot of these budgets don't balance. And so the premise of these is that we're supposed to be collecting revenue and fees that are going to offset the expenses that we're putting out. And so I just wanted to sort of put my hand up and say that I'm concerned, and I know that the answer has been we're reviewing our fees, but I just want to be mindful of that as we move forward with this process, that it's there's a 10% variance and we're not collecting the revenue that we need to in order to balance these. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? I'm looking at the clock now. It's after 12 o'clock. We've been sitting since 9 with a short break. And I'm wondering if we can take an hour and I'm going to say 10 to 15 minutes. So from be back around 1:15 this afternoon. We are scheduled to be here till 4. And I know that there are some commitments following the 4 o'clock. So we'll try and move it along as we have had this morning. Thank you very much to staff. Could I have a mover and a seconder to recess? Councillor Crone, Councillor Persichini, all those in favor, and that's carried. See everyone at 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to our budget meeting for Monday, November 23rd, 2020. We've spent the morning and we're now back at 1:15 to continue our agenda along for the rest of the afternoon. So with that, I will ask staff to take over from here.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I might introduce the afternoon session as well. It's good to see the discussion going on at the budget committee level. And I think we're getting a little bit better at our electronic review. So hopefully we've managed to make the screen a little larger for the font size as well, so that we can see the devil in the details. Just to recap where we are, Budget Committee has now looked at approximately 70% of our tax budget, a little over 70% of each tax dollar, and had a review of those items. About 80% of this year's capital. But more importantly, there's a lot of our important capital projects are carry forward, and they're multi-year. And I would cite the official plan review, where the majority of the costs have already been endorsed in the 2020 budget for the multi-year review there, and as well the Queensville Healthy Active Living Plaza, which is a major expenditure that we're undertaking in a carry forward basis as well. So on that note, I'll pass it over to Treasurer Marshall and have Warren kick off this afternoon session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Madam Mayor, members of committee, we'll continue on our review of our operating and capital budgets with Deputy Belchich going through the Corporate Services Department. And that is on page 35 of your books, or if you're following online, it's page 28.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, and Madam Mayor, through you, just a little bit of an overview. We'll start on page 35 of the budget book. As you can see, the corporate services area, really with three primary areas of focus. We've separated out finance for 2020, and you're going to hear about that one separately. Mr. Marshall's going to go through that subsequent to the corporate services update. So we've got communications, corporate communications, public engagement, customer service being one area of focus, information management, which although traditionally has been sort of a maintenance and operational support for operations, has really become a development area for us as we've modernized and we've gone, to so many virtual services. So it involves more than just technology, but technology is a key enabler, and that area continues to emerge in terms of strategic importance. Equally, the economic development area, again, a high area of strategic focus for us as we try to build out a balanced community with not only residential homes for folks to live in, but also places to work as well. And so that area is continuing to emerge in terms of as an area of strategic priority for us as well. If you move then to the key priorities, and I won't go through the list, I'm not going to read the list, but I'm just going to mention to you briefly a few of them that really come to mind. In the corporate communications area, one of our key initiatives moving into 2021 is going to be the completion of our updated website. That's a really critical communication tool for us, not only in terms of providing access to information, but as a portal for resident self-serve options as we start to roll out more options for residents to access services directly, things like making payments and all those sorts of things that we know our residents are looking forward to, and having more control in their own households to do those sorts of things. The logo, which Mr. Webster has prominently displayed behind him, which is a top-notch looking product, the result of 18 months of really creative and innovative public engagement. We're going to see that rolling out more prominently in 2021. In terms of the information management branch, clearly the modernization and transformation is going to continue to kind of be the headline for that area as we roll out not only the projects that are already in process, but we start to look at the projects that are on the list identified within the service delivery review for multi-year implementation as well. And when it comes to economic development, a couple of really important priorities as we move into 2021. The completion of the update to our strategic plan for economic development, continuing to focus on understanding the gaps that relate in relation to broadband access for residents and businesses within our community, and then really continuing to focus on and our Director of Economic Development, Margot Bejean, has already been doing a great job really transforming the Business Advantage program and keeping in mind that although Margot is a focal point there, it really is reliant on sort of an organizational effort. And so she works very closely with the development services area, with the CIES, with parks and finance as well, to ensure that we've got programs and services that are supporting our local businesses. Next slide, please, the metrics. So I won't go through all of the detail here, but I've spoken a lot about or mentioned a few times already about modernization and transformation. That first chart that you see on the top, you've seen before, but it just provides a little bit of a sense of some of the positive impacts that we're already starting to see as a result of our modernization and transformation initiatives. And not surprisingly, as you go to the bottom three charts, they start to show, particularly the middle chart, number of remote user licenses. So back in March, when the local emergency was declared as part of the sort of expanding pandemic globally, within a matter of weeks, we transformed, the physical operations at the town where possible to virtual operations, and with relatively few hiccups along the way. So the team did a great job working with all of our operating departments to set them up so that there was as little disruption as possible to any of the programs and services that were continuing to be offered to our residents. And so next slide, please. On the economic development side of things, probably the most significant thing in the metrics is really the amount of outreach that we've done in 2020. Margot Bejean and Brittany, along with the Economic Development Advisory Committee and working with the Chamber and so on, has really done an outstanding job staying connected to the businesses in EG. And we know that the health emergency and the pandemic quickly emerged into an economic one. And so, we've done a lot of work this year on some local, not only outreach, but supports in terms of a grant program to provide some much needed relief, supportive relief, in addition to federal and provincial efforts to our local businesses to try and support them at a time that's been very, very difficult for many of them. So in addition to, initiatives to support our residents, we've had also really important initiatives to support our local businesses. And so you can see that in the chart on the top left. When it comes to customer service and communications, the numbers sort of speak for themselves, but the one thing I wanted to mention in this area is it doesn't really necessarily come through in the charts, is the amount of strategic support that has been provided this year through communications. Needless to say, in the type of situation that we've been in for the last several months, communication both with our employees, with council, and with the public has been critical. And I can tell you that our communications folks have been incredibly busy making sure that the very best information is being communicated, it's being coordinated with all of our operating departments, and that there's, you know, appropriate and extended outreach to make sure that we're aware of issues that are going on in the community that we can work together to make sure that we're addressing. So they've been incredibly busy over this year, for sure. If we could go to the budget summary page, please. So really, there's just a few things that are probably notable in the corporate services area. Largely, you can see the increase in software and licensing. Not surprising, given that we have got additional users now using subscription-based software and licensing to work remotely. There has been some offset, about half of it, because we didn't need, therefore, as much going into reserve for replacement of some of those things, so we were able to lessen the cost increase a little bit. There's also been some money set aside for YorkNet communications, and that's really the York fiber connection through to our facilities and some of the ongoing operating and maintenance costs. So we had a few more facilities connected during 2020, so we certainly are excited to see that continue. And although that doesn't have it isn't directly set up with the view of providing private improvements to internet access to our residents, there is an indirect benefit because the YorkNet group is certainly working very closely where possible with private carriers to make sure that there's synergies there where possible, to make sure that not only have we got all our municipal facilities connected and operating with the necessary broadband access, but that where we can, we're also leveraging those efforts with private carriers to make sure that our residents are well connected. So there's going to be much more on that over the next couple of years. There's a little bit of an increase, very marginal, for some training as our IT folks continue to work with updated and changing software, and that's been offset partly through a transfer of corporate membership costs out of corporate services into a corporate-wide area. So those are really the main items that you will see in the operating budget. If there is no questions, I would go to the open capital projects, Madam Mayor.
I will ask if there's any questions before we move forward. Any questions on this portion of the budget? I'm not seeing any. With that, we'll go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you can see in the open capital projects, I realize the font is a little bit small, but there's a number of them at the far right. If Madam Deputy Clerk, if you could just go over to the far right for one moment. Just, you can see a number of them say complete. So there's a number of these projects that are going to disappear from the list moving forward. Some of them may still have some costs being accumulated and trickling in. Those will be finalized before the year end and will be closed out. There's a few projects that are ongoing. We have downtown revitalization initiatives, and those largely to date have centered around some street level improvements in the Hall and Landing area through our CPRC area, but we certainly see a lot more work being done there in the creation of a more significant comprehensive plan for revitalization in that area. And we also, you'll recall, Madam Mayor, that we have also provided some information. Margot Bejean, our Economic Development Director, has also provided some information on targeted investment attraction strategy, but there'll be more work done as we incorporate that into our economic development strategy as well. The York Telecom Fiber Partnership 19008 is really the connection fees that we have to a few of the facilities that were connected in 2020, namely the Hall and Landing Community Center, Fire Station and Queensville Fire Station. And then we also see our Operations Center being connected in 2021. So really excited to see that program continuing to roll out. There's a modernization project there, Info Now, that is really a project to provide better GIS-related data access across the organization. And then we have a little bit there for a desktop deployment server, minor item that we delayed just because we had our hands full with moving to virtual, but we will still need that, and we see that happening early in 2021. If we could move to the planned capital projects for 2021, I'll briefly go through that. Thank you very much. And so, Madam Mayor, sorry, I'll just wait for us to pull up the new capital program for 2021. Thank you, that's great. So one of the things that we're working on, we have a customer relationship management tool in place. For those of you that might sort of wonder what that really means, it's really a software system that helps us manage all of the inquiries that we get, primarily resident and business and stakeholder inquiries, and links to a work order management system, helps us make sure that all of those are being followed up and that work is being completed as assigned, and also gives us an opportunity to close the loop from a customer service point of view when we have what we call open tickets. So we have a system that's been in place. I'd call it a pilot system that we used for about the last 5 years. It was something that was available to us within the software that we had. It wasn't necessarily ideal as a long-term solution, but rather than go out and expend money, we thought we would use it for a few years to road test our processes, make sure that we really nailed down what our requirements were, and we're ready now, quite frankly, to make a transition to a more robust system that will meet our needs through the next phase of growth. So that's what that sets the stage for there. Broadband expansion readiness. I know this is a very important one to many. All of our council has been pretty adamant. Our broadband working group has been also very, very engaged and looking for us to move that agenda forward. So this project will start to identify where those gaps and more importantly, opportunities are to move forward and start to ensure that our residents and businesses and stakeholders in EG have better broadband access, which is really becoming an essential service for all intents and purposes in the way we live our lives at this point. Advantage EG, the 5-year economic development strategy, I mentioned earlier that's something that we'll be bringing back as well. And then you can see some hardware replacement, some server upgrades. Those are fairly routine. But the more interesting one there is the municipal modernization program. There's a couple $100,000. I want to point out that in the last few years, we've set aside about $300,000 each year end for exactly this purpose in the IT reserve. We don't think we need to use a full 300 in 2021, but this is to bring in specialized resources as required. So things like skill sets that we don't necessarily have in the small team that we have here, database administration, database analysis, business analysis work, and system development work. These are pretty specialized skill sets that as we modernize and transform, again, rather than going out and adding FTEs at this point, we're going to bring those resources in as required. And then once we get to a point that we can justify needing additional resources on a more permanent basis, at that point, we would come forward accordingly. So that, Madam Mayor, really is a full synopsis of what you'll find in corporate services. I'm happy to take any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you very much. questions for corporate services? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Velchich. Our broadband strategy group made a presentation to us, and there was some talk about the next step being some mapping and needing some resources accordingly. Is that what the project here is going to be funding? $100,000? Is that sort of towards that mapping project and the report back to us?
Madam Mayor, through you, that would absolutely be part of what that initiative will cover, for sure.
I just wanted to make sure that we were resourcing accordingly. Thank you.
Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Velchich. The CRM project that you want to launch, do you and I'm fully supportive of it. I think it's good. It'll help us embrace a better culture of customer service. So I'm 100% in support of that. What's the anticipated rollout date when we can actually start using this, having our staff using this and tracking all that good data? Would you have an expectation around that?
Madam Mayor, through you, yeah, great question. And just to be clear, we do have an existing CRM. So it's not that we are not tracking that type of information now. It's just somewhat cumbersome, and it doesn't provide the functionality that probably we would like. And we also have heard through conversations with individual members of council that, you know, it might be handy to build into this system information or access in some form that might support council members in the work that they're doing, you know, with residents. So we see this being much more robust. The website implementation and logo implementation are probably going to consume us for the first half of 2021 in terms of project work and communications. And I would see the last half of 2021 being the, let's call it the research portion of CRM requirements, looking at potential vendors and applications, and maybe getting ourselves lined up to the point that we actually have a preferred vendor and specs that are complete. And then I would see that likely being a 2022 project that we would roll out.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to imply that there wasn't any CRM going on right now. I know that's not the case, but this, I think having a better system will help us deliver better results. So you think an implementation of 2022?
I would see that being likely fully implemented by 2022.
Okay, and I can appreciate you've got a few major IT projects on the go for next year, so I get that. Just one more question, Madam Mayor, if I may. The YorkNet cable. Had a question in our last broadband advisory group. Wasn't sure if the Ross family complex had been hooked up with fiber optic yet. Neither myself nor Margot Deschamps knew the answer to that. So I was wondering if you could let us know if the Ross family complex in Mount Albert has been hooked up.
Madam Mayor, through you, I don't believe so, but I would just ask if I've got Randy Bell on the call, if Randy could just confirm whether Ross has been set up yet. I was under the impression not, but Randy, could you just confirm that?
Ross family?
Yeah, whether the Ross family complex has yet been connected to the YorkNet fiber.
No, Mount Albert isn't on the books. YorkNet has said for probably 8 years.
Well, Madam Mayor, we're going to certainly be looking to shorten that time window, but thank you, Randy. It's not on. It's not connected yet, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. All for me.
Any other questions this time? I'm not seeing any questions. Proceed.
Madam Mayor, that brings us to the end of corporate services. So I think it's back to the clerks at this point and to Mr. Marshall.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and seconder for this motion? Councillor Morton, would you move that?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Sorry.
And Councillor Persicini. Okay. Be it resolved that the Corporate Services 2021 Proposed Business Plan and Budget Review be received, that the Corporate Services 2021 Proposed Operating Budget be approved in principle, and that the 2021 new capital program for corporate services be approved in principle as followed. And we have the list with 6 items on it. Any questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I am going to step us through the finance budget. Excuse me. So if we could turn to page 41 in our binders, or if you're online, page 34, and I can step us through the overview of the finance budget.
Thank you very much.
So the finance department consists of 13 staff and 1 contract position. We're broken out into 2 branches, the business planning and budget area, which obviously looks after business planning and budgets, but also looks after the basic accounting of the corporation, so payables and receivables and general accounting. It also encompasses our development financing area, which looks after development charges and our securities that we hold on behalf of the town, and looks after long-term financial planning as well. It also has our procurement section in there, which is a centralized function that looks after the procurement for the corporation. On the other side, we have a revenue services, which is basically our property tax and water billing administration area. So if we can if we can slide down 1 slide there. So these are a list of our key priorities for 2021. I'll just go through a few of them for you. So one of the main ones is our work towards moving our water billing from quarterly to a monthly billing cycle. So in Q1 of 2021, we're planning on starting the conversion over to our monthly billing, and by the end of Q1, we should be in a position to start our monthly billing cycle. One of the things it does for us, not only does it help out with the billings, it will give our residents and our businesses some more timely information on their water usage, which will be helpful. As well, we're looking at enabling the self-service functions of our financial and billing systems. And what that will do is, 1, it will allow us to take online payments. It will also help us work with credit card companies to take those credit card payments online as well. It'll also give access to our customers to their billing information so that they can go online on their own and pull out that information that they need. In December of this year, you'll see a report on that will start us on the process of getting to that, and we're aiming for Q1 to have that starting to get rolled out. As well, we're looking at updating the development charge bylaw for 2021 and 2022. As you might be aware, the legislation for development charges was amended, and it gave us until September of 2022 to do an amendment to our development charge bylaw to bring it in compliance with the new legislation. We are going to be relying on the outputs from the official plan reviews and the master plan updates to help us come up with a new bylaw that we're starting in 2021, and hopefully we'll have rolled out either late 2021 or early 2022. As well, we are going to be working on our financial statements for 2020. We started in 2018, our financial statements, we provided in a new format for our residents in order to provide them with some user-friendly information on the finances of the town, and we'll be continuing that as well again for our 2020 financial statements as well. So if you can turn to the next slide there, we'll go through our KPIs. So the first four are basically on our reserves. I think you've seen a lot of these before. Our reserves are in relatively good shape. The first one is our operating reserves, and that is mainly our development fee supported reserves. And one comment I wanted to make on this, there's a comment about our reserves not being, not funding what it should. So I just want to remind Council that reserves have two purposes. One, it's to save up for a large purchase that you might be making later on. And another purpose for reserves is to kind of mitigate the ups and downs that expenditures and revenues will have during the course of time. So this is in particular for our development and fee supported reserves. There'll be times when our fees will be a lot higher than our expenditures in the year. And what happens is the excess goes into the reserve and is sitting there for when the time comes that our expenditures are in excess of what we've collected in the year. So it kind of mitigates that, that up and down flow that would happen. So our reserves right now, as you can see from the graph, we had a period for about 3 years where our revenues were a lot higher than our expenditures, and we started populating that reserve. So in the last couple of years, we've had to draw down on those reserves, and that is what is expected through a reserve such as this. So what we also wanted to make sure is that we are, on long term, we will have enough money and we have set the rates properly so that we will be able to support those ebbs and flows. And that's what some of the work that we've been doing now is happening. So our asset replacement reserves, you'll see that we have had a good run for the last couple of years. And it's dipping down a little bit, but Council, in our last Council session, particularly for the water and wastewater, we approved a rate study that had recommendations on contributions to reserves, which will address long-term sustainability of that reserve and give us enough, make sure we have enough money for the time when we need to replace our assets. The development charge reserve, you'll see that there is a dip in 2019 and 2020, and that's mainly due to funding the Operations Center, which is a $20 million project. So you'll see that reserve going down. But our update in 2021 will also adjust those costs to make sure that we have enough funds to fund our growth-related capital. And you'll see in the next slide for the next graph, the development and community contributions collected. We are actually projecting a fairly good run this year in terms of collections, and you'll see that over time that reserve is sustainable as well. And the last two KPIs there are just our number of water and tax accounts and what taxes we've collected overall. And you'll see that that is steadily rising throughout the term of this these graphs here. So if we can go to the next slide. Actually, if you go to the table. Thanks. So our budget for 2021 is basically the same as it was for 2020. The only change is in terms of salaries for steps and benefit increases. And there is a small $7,000 provision for a contract staff to help support us while we roll out the online, or sorry, the billings for water and wastewater, and turn those into a monthly cycle. So that's 7,000 just to support us while we do that. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions on this one.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Marshall. You were open about the requiring some transitional support while you move to a monthly billing cycle for our water bills. Are there any ongoing operating costs once you've made that move to the monthly billing cycle? Is there an anticipated expense as we continue, on an annual basis as we do that? And does that is some of that cost offset by the water and wastewater budget through some reallocation? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, there are some costs that we will be incurring rolling out to monthly billing. In particular, it will be the cost of actually printing out those bills and mailing them out. So instead, it'll basically be close to 3 times the amount, because we'll be doing, instead of quarterly, we'll be doing it monthly. But we're hoping to offset some of those costs by having some of those people that we're billing out to start to take up on our e-billing. So it might start to offset. We don't expect a big uptake at first, but eventually it will hopefully eat out some of those costs that we'll be experiencing from the increased mailings.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, then the courier and mail processing bill, or the line item in our operating budget would climb significantly beyond $30,000 then.
Yeah. Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, one thing I forgot is that those costs are captured in our water program. So when you see the budget in January, you'll see the increased costs associated with those mailouts. So it's charged directly to the water program, not through us.
That's helpful, thank you. My question might also then be, sort of to extend it further, might be, while I support the idea, I think it's a worthwhile initiative. I think it might best be discussed under a new initiative at this point, since there's significant impact to the operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions on this section of the budget? I'm not seeing any. Proceed, please.
Okay. So Finance Department does not have any new capital for 2021. So if we can just turn to the open capital project listing, and I can step through the few projects we have there. So there are basically 4 projects that we have that are open right now. One is proposed to close, the community benefit strategy. That was there to help support us when the initial Bill 108 came out on development charges, and it proposed to have a new community benefits charge that was basically rules to be determined. And what happened after is through discussions with the municipalities, those rules changed, and it does not look like we'll need to create a community benefit charge. So we don't need to spend that money to help support us. So we're proposing to close that project. There's 2 projects on the listing here that are basically complete, and we're just waiting for final invoicing on them. So that's why they're remaining open. That's the financial system review and enhancement and the water financial plan. So the only one project that is going to be ongoing is the VATM self-serve portal, and that relates to the rollout of the online access to in the portal and the online access to accounts and billings. So that's funding is there to help us roll out that project. So I'm happy to answer any questions on those.
Thank you. Questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any. Please proceed.
Okay, with that, I'd ask the clerk to put up the recommendation.
Could I have a mover and seconder, please?
I'll move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Foster. Be it resolved that the Finance 2021 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the Finance 2021 proposed operating budget be approved in principle. Any questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll go to the next department on our list here, which is Legal and Counsel Support Services, and General Manager Horner. I'd ask him to step us through his operating program.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Very happy to talk about our proposed budget for 2021. Starting at page 29, if you've got a hard copy. So just in terms of a brief overview of Legal and Counsel Support Services, we're comprised of 3 different business units. Legal services, what we do there is we provide legal advice to the town, contract support, risk management, and litigation support. We also have the bylaw enforcement section, and the folks in bylaws, they work to educate the public about municipal bylaws and also enforce our bylaws. And then lastly, we have the clerks department who are quite busy supporting council and its committees. And clerks is also the official record keeper for the municipalities. So clerks keeps all of the corporate records. If we can just move to the next slide, please. So we've laid out our key priorities for next year for you to look at, and please feel free to talk to us about any of these. But there were 4 that I really wanted to bring out for your attention, and I'm gonna hit each of the categories. So the first one is the enterprise content management system, and so what we're doing. What we're doing here is we're working with the IT department to introduce new software that will automate our record management systems for the town. In the second category, what I'd like to draw attention to is the administrative monetary penalty system. So what we would like to do is we would like to take matters out of the provincial courts and resolve them at the town. So we want to bring forward a bylaw that will permit us to have the resolution in the town. It'll provide better service to the residents, but we're also thinking that there'll likely be a positive revenue impact too. So that's the second item. Third, we're busy working with planning and bylaws to working to determine, what is really the best way to regulate cannabis production in East Gwillimbury. So we're looking forward to coming forward with planning and a report next year. And then, finally, it seems early, but the election is coming up in 2022, and what we're going to do next year is we're going to look at options for perhaps modernizing the election. Some municipalities like Markham and Newmarket have had very good success with internet voting, and so what we think we ought to do is look at some of the technology that's out there and come forward to you with some recommendations. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk about on that slide. If we could move to the next. So this year, trying to do something a little bit different with the KPIs and just trying to show perhaps where the demand for services lies right now. I'm kind of happy to report that we've seen a decline in claims against insurance claims against the municipality this year. Last year we had a lot. It was interesting. We had a lot of slip and falls. We had claims for flooding, and we had a lot of pothole claims. And we're not seeing that this year. So I don't know what to attribute that to, but I'm kind of happy to take the win. Moving into new legal matters. In reporting this metric, I think it's kind of all about trying to show what kind of volume of work is flowing through that section, and we can see that there's been an increase in matters over the course of year. And I think that's just kind of natural. Everybody's been really busy with COVID, so that creates additional work for everyone. It was kind of tricky to try to moving into clerks and council support. Tricky to come up with metrics that would show what type of services and what type of things are taking up time in clerks. But what we've tried to do is we've tried to count files and customer interactions. And so if we look at the type of support that clerks has typically provided to council and its committees, we can see that there's been a real increase there. And again, I think that's kind of part of the challenge of dealing with COVID and working remotely. And also, we've got some significant projects on the go with business modernization where clerks is actively involved. And if we look at the next graph, I think the next graph is sort of everything else. And we can kind of see that services and support to the general public has fallen off over 2020. And again, I think that's a function of us not being able to provide some of those in-person services that we traditionally do, like marriages and commissioning of documents. So that's fallen off. And the same with freedom of information requests, just not as many this year as we typically seen. And maybe that's something to do with reduced walk-in traffic. On the bylaw enforcement side, we've got more complaints this year. I think that just kind of makes sense in the current environment. We're also reporting that inspections completed is down. I'm not sure that that's significant in any way. I mean, the one thing that this particular graph doesn't show how busy the bylaw enforcement team is in preparing affidavits and attending at the provincial court on our cannabis prosecution files. And it's just frankly, it's days and days of work that's not reflected in these graphs. But just to round it up, you can see that we're issuing more parking tickets over 2020. Just moving into the next slide, please. So in terms of a big picture, the proposed budget is $1.8 million, 7% of the town's total operating expenditure, and represents a 4% increase. I wasn't proposing to kind of get into the summary here. I thought it might be more fun to go line by line, only because when I saw the numbers, the variances are high, right? And I mean, the numbers themselves aren't always that significant, but the variances are high. So I thought if we could just move into the next slide and we can just talk about those. So talking about some of the big ticket items, the $26,000 is staff progressing and getting their budgeted advancement and compensation. The next item at 35% variance, $1,600. What that represents is frankly it's two new phones. It's a phone for the deputy clerk and phone for a bylaw enforcement officer. The next number at 88,000 and change I wanted to talk about. This year we restructured our animal control contract, and so previously the dog catcher, for want of a better word, was responsible for collecting a tag revenue and suffered a kind of a hit on income. So we've restructured the contract, and this has resulted in an increase of approximately $80,000 on that item. Moving along to materials and supplies, we see an increase of $6,800. And what that kind of represents a couple things, but one thing that we're doing in the bylaw side is we're moving to an automated parking ticket system, and it requires a particular type of paper and inputs to produce the parking tickets. So that's one piece of that. Another item is we're printing notice tags to leave on people's doors of a bylaw enforcement of a bylaw infraction. So the officer would write up a notice and hang it on a doorknob. The next item I wanted to talk about was $3,400 in training, and frankly, we're quite lucky to have a highly trained officers. At the last council meeting, I advised council that Officer Williams had become certified by the provincial association. Together with association, together with certification comes an ongoing commitment to continuing education, and so that's what that number is reflective of. So on the revenue side, we're showing an increase in tag revenue because as part of the restructuring, we're showing an increase in license fee revenue because as part of the restructuring of the animal control contract, the town is going to collect those funds going forward. We think that we're well positioned to do a good job of it and use some electronic tools to enhance how that's being done. So those were the items that I wanted to speak to in the operating budget, but I'm very happy to take any questions from council at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Horner. Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Horner, and I apologize if you raised this. My internet cut in and out on me during your presentation there, but I just wanted to make sure that you had provided for in the budget the extra resources you may need to fight some of the cannabis challenges that we're proceeding with this year. Didn't want you to be shorthanded or not have the wherewithal to make sure that victory is ensured.
To date, we've been managing that expense through the existing budget, and I guess I wasn't. I thought, frankly, that there were two different ways to handle it for 2021. We could gross up the budget by an amount to provide for the external legal support that we're using in this matter. But then I tend to view it as really an extraordinary measure. And so my thinking was that in this particular instance, perhaps it made more sense to actually rely on the legal reserve to fund whatever expenses we may incur. And the legal reserve, frankly, is quite healthy. It sits at $700,000, and so I thought that would be the reasonable thing to do for 2021.
Okay. All right. I'm glad that's there. I just want to make sure that we're not caught shorthanded, and it sounds like we've got more than enough to take the issue at hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll start off by awarding quote of the day to Mr. Horner, who said that he thought it would be more fun if we went line by line. But my question relates to the increase in contracted services and offset by the license revenue. And then there's also an increase of, sorry, my question is about the $7,000 in materials and supplies relating to bylaw enforcement. Is some of that offset by an increase in projected revenue? Since if you're doing more activities, presumably you would also be creating more billing or more payments through that process. So I'm just curious if that's being offset by revenue. Thanks.
I can't speak to say if there's a conscious offset, but I share your thinking. My view is that if we're automating parking ticket enforcement, that there ought to be a positive revenue impact. So I can't say with certainty it's reflected in the numbers that we're showing here, but I was thinking about the issue myself, and I'd like to suggest that these numbers are conservative, perhaps, and that what I want to do is monitor these over the course of the year. And they should be monitored on a monthly basis, and because revenue is important. It would be nice if all departments were revenue neutral, but it's not realistic in every sense. But when we're introducing a new tool like this, I'd like to see it be at least revenue neutral or positive, or perhaps even revenue positive.
Thank you. I know in the past when we've talked about resources in the bylaw enforcement area, we've often been able to justify adding staffing when we could say, well, if we add staff, then we're going to add billing, and that helps offset some of that. It's not necessarily the reason to do it, but it certainly is something that our residents have come to expect, that if we have bylaws, that we're going to have the tools to enforce them as well. So thanks very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm not seeing any. Please proceed.
Okay, so the next thing to do, because we have no 2021 new capital projects, but we've got a couple of ongoing matters. So the first thing that we're showing here is $30,000 open project for corporate data management consulting service. And what we would like to propose to do is to carry this $30,000 forward to 2021. So that this consultant could assist us with the implementation of the enterprise content management system. The next item is $15,000 for council live streaming enhancement. Again, we're proposing that we carry that forward to 2021. We've had very good success, I think, with council live streaming in 2020. Challenges in 2021 may include the introduction of a hybrid council meeting where perhaps we have a number of members in the chamber and a number of members participating from at home or from their office. So we'd like to maintain that. The next open project is the ECM project itself. And you'll see that it has a budget of $150,000. That's 10% spent, but that's just the way the contract works. We awarded the contract this year, and payment is paid out on milestone deliverables. So it won't be finally paid out until the system is accepted and fully functional. Moving into bylaw enforcement, the last open project we have is the one that I referred to earlier, and that's the parking management software. And again, that's a project that's in the course of being implemented, but it hasn't gone live yet, so it'll go live in 2021. So that's what I have to discuss with you about open projects. Happy to take any questions, but I think that's it for our budget proposal for 2021.
Thank you very much. Questions? I don't see any. I think your explanation was perfect in this case. Thank you. Thank you. And we will proceed. Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone. Okay. Be it resolved that the Legal and Counsel Support Services 2021 proposed business plan and budget review be received, and that the Legal and Counsel Support Services 2021 proposed operating budget be approved in principle. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next department that we'll be looking at is the Office of the Chief Administrative Officer. So I'm going to ask CAO Webster to step us through his operating program.
Thank you. Pardon?
I think I was muted, so I will start again. I will say, Madam Mayor, I got quite a ways along there, actually. So I was going to give council some options at this point in time. We've had our 7 direct functional areas proceed up till this point in time with the review of their operating and capital budget considerations for the 2021 calendar year. Remaining are 3 areas. There's the CAO's office, which also includes human resources. We have the library area, which represents about $1.8 million of our tax levy, which will be considered on Wednesday. And we have the Mayor and Council, which pursuant to last meeting, we've, I believe, established a budget committee, which is supported by staff. So that review is ongoing as well. Of importance, which I would really like to have some input from council on is, and I'll cite it again, is the section in the book, and I have it as pages 22, 23, and 24, which is the overall deliverables, the corporate deliverables summarized for next year. We've tried to pick the key ones, the significant ones, but we want to make sure that we have the right ones and we aren't missing anything. And so we would like to have some real input from council if there are specific projects or initiatives which they feel should be included. I'd like to ask that maybe they could review over the next day or two and we could discuss that for sure on Wednesday. So I'm going to leave it now, Madam Mayor. Would council prefer to start the next day with library, move to the CAO's area and council area, or would you prefer to keep going and go through the CAO's area currently? Keep going. I see Councillor Foster.
Councillor Foster says keep going.
Okay. And
that's only one opinion. Let's see what else we have. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
I've busted into the chocolate, so I'd prefer to have some time to go through the 4 or 5 pillars. We don't have a lot on Wednesday, and we've gone through quite a bit today. I'm fine either way, given that I've got caffeine and chocolate in me, but I can go either way. But I'd prefer a bit more time with this aspect of the budget. Thanks.
Councillor Crone.
I'm fine either way. I wouldn't mind if we could chip away a little more. You know, we've got a couple of hours to go, so I'm happy to proceed.
Councillor Carruthers.
I would prefer to wait. I've got a terrible internet connection. Wednesday, I'll call in from the office, and I would prefer to wait if other people want to wait. Thanks.
Councillor Persichini. You're muted, Joe.
I also prefer till Wednesday because I want to go over some notes.
Okay, and Councillor Morton.
Doesn't matter either way, Madam Mayor, for me.
Okay. I think if we were keeping track, we were one more for moving to Wednesday. Did anybody officially take a look at that?
I think it's a tie vote, Madam Mayor. You'll have to break the logger. If I could offer a proposal.
I'm fine either way, Madam Mayor. I don't mind.
If I could, Madam Mayor, if I could offer a proposal. Usually Wednesday we'll deal with the library board. I think we have the board chair making a presentation as well, or at least introducing the acting CEO. We usually go through that budget, and it takes a little while as well. Then I think what we'll do then is have our finance team update and report back on anything that's needed revision from today or addendum. And then we could move into the last two areas being the CAO office and the council and council services office. So if that's fine, maybe we could sign off for today and then we would resume. I would remind all folks that it's 11 o'clock on Wednesday that we would be initiating the meeting. Okay, so if that's fine with all, I'll pass it back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. My vote would have been to move it to Wednesday. I'll break the tie. And the reason is when people say that they need more time, that they either haven't had a look at the entire book, or that we need to review some of the other items that we've had a full day today. And so if people need more time, then I'm certainly inclined to move it to Wednesday, and we've got all day tomorrow and half a day yet to have another look. And if there's opportunities to call staff with some questions, particularly Mr. Webster, if there's some clarification, then that gives council an opportunity to come back on Wednesday ready to discuss the items that we have in front of us. So with that then, we would have a motion to adjourn at this time. Just wait and see if we can bring it up. Moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Carruthers. Okay. Be it resolved that the meeting of the Budget Committee adjourn at 2 p.m. We're 2:23. Moved by Councillor Crone, seconded by Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, all of council and staff. Very productive day, and we'll be together on Wednesday morning at 11. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, folks. Be good.